What if love itself was your greatest enemy? The very essence that weaves hearts together could tear them asunder, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. In a world where desire ignites like a wildfire and trust smolders in the ashes, the god of love, Eros, finds his heart ensnared, not in the golden chains of immortality, but in the treacherous undertow of human emotion. Desire, that seductive beast, whispers promises with a voice like honey, yet it bites with a venomous tongue, and Eros doesn't see it coming. Picture this, a swirling tempest of passion, betrayal, and laughter, the kind that slashes through the silence of the night like a dagger to the chest. Eros, the winged harbinger of desire, is on the run, pursued by a love that threatens to unravel the fabric of his very being. With his bow slung over a shoulder and a heart heavy with reckless abandon, he darts through shadowy forests and crumbling temples where whispers of Psyche echo like haunting sirens, calling him closer to peril. Who is Psyche? A mortal with a beauty that shames the dawn, radiant enough to turn gods into mere spectators. Yet, her presence comes with a storm, a tempest of uncertainty that stirs Eros's heart like a witch's brew. She's no mere damsel, she's an enigma, a riddle wrapped in silk and shadows, and every encounter ignites a spark of chaos that threatens to consume them both. Is she a muse or a mirage? A goddess in disguise or a trap set to ensnare the unwary? Eros is caught, ensnared in a web of fate he cannot untangle, each thread pulled tighter by the unrelenting hands of destiny. The moment their eyes lock, the world around them fades, laughter turns to dust and reality warps. Psyche's laughter dances like fireflies, flickering in the darkness, enchanting yet perilous. Does she know what she's awakened? Does she understand that each heartbeat entwines their souls deeper into the abyss of the unknown? But here's the kicker, love isn't sweet, it's savagely intoxicating. Eros is not just an arrow slinger, he's the embodiment of chaos, a tempest trapped in the guise of a handsome rogue. And now, as he stands at the precipice of desire, he must confront a twisted fate, a choice that could fracture the very heavens. Trust? It's a gamble, a roll of the dice that could shatter worlds. And then, just when the air thickens with tension, the proverbial rug is pulled out. What if Psyche isn't merely an unwitting pawn in this celestial game? What if she wields a power that even the gods fear? Dark secrets swirl like smoke in the shadows, threatening to engulf them both. Can Eros unravel the truth before love becomes his destruction? Or will the fire of passion consume all, leaving only ashes in its wake? This isn't just a love story. It's a harrowing dance on the edge of madness, where every heartbeat counts, and betrayal lies just a whisper away. Get ready, no, brace yourself, for a wild ride through the chaotic labyrinth of love, betrayal, and the dangers lurking in the depths of the human heart. The real question remains, is love worth the risk? In the chilling silence of an endless night, the air taut with anticipation, a single pulse throbbed against the vastness of the cosmos. A flicker of light, a whisper on the edge of darkness, the birth of something both beautiful and terrifying. Somewhere, in the crevices of existence, love was awakening. I remember the moment the ground trembled beneath my feet, a raw rumble echoing through the shadows. I stood there, heart racing, as the air crackled with energy. It was not just a sound, it was a proclamation. The world held its breath, and yet, in that deafening silence, I could hear the insistent thrum of my own doubts and fears. The weight of loneliness pressed against my chest. I was nobody, a ghost haunting my own life, waiting for love to carve its name into my very soul. Then, from the depths of that night, he emerged, Eros. Not yet a god, but a spark, caught between realms, a soul forged in longing. His eyes, dark, tempestuous pools, danced with the fire of unrequited emotions, and in that moment, I felt the universe shift. I was not alone. I had been tethered to him, bound by an unseen thread, a heartbeat away from something magnificent yet terrifying. And there was Psyche, the woman whose beauty could shatter dreams and whose heart was a labyrinth of contradictions. She stood at the edge of that night, trembling, her breath a fragile whisper. Her innocence was both a blessing and a curse, an eternal tug-of-war within her. She craved love but feared its weight. I could see it in the way her hands fisted at her sides, nails digging into her palms, every ounce of her longing mirrored in her pain. She was not prepared for the storm that was to come, nor was she ready for the truth that love would unveil. "Eros," she cried, the name carrying a weight that threatened to crush her. The sound sliced through the stillness, raw and desperate. I could almost taste her fear, the bitter tang of heartbreak lingering in the air, like smoke from a dying fire. She searched for him in the shadows, but he was as elusive as the wind, a phantom flickering just out of reach. And amidst all this turmoil stood me, an unwilling witness, yet inexplicably involved. My own heart was a riddle wrapped in the fabric of their story, twisted and torn. I remembered my own failures, the scars of past loves etched across my skin, haunting me like the ghosts of ancient battles, each memory a reminder of the fragility of desire. I had watched the light fade from the eyes of those I had loved, leaving behind only ashes, like the remnants of a dying star. A sudden burst of laughter echoed through the night, a cruel reminder of happiness that felt unattainable, mocking the darkness that enveloped us. Eros laughed, but it was a hollow sound, a desperate attempt to mask the encroaching shadows. "Do you think love is easy?" he mused, a flicker of pain crossing his features. "It's a battlefield, Psyche. It scars and heals, all at once. It binds you and sets you free, but it can also tear you apart." Her eyes glistened, reflecting the weight of his words. "Then why do I feel this pull?" she asked, her voice trembling as the truth clawed at her throat. "Why does it hurt so much?" "Because," Eros breathed, stepping closer, the distance between them charged with electric longing, "love is the most powerful force in the universe. It is the flame that ignites our souls. But it is also the cold void that swallows us whole if we let our fears consume us." I felt the rush of their emotion swirl around me, an intoxicating blend of desire and dread. I knew their stories were intertwined, but the threads of fate were fraying. A choice loomed, heavy and suffocating, and I wanted to scream for them to run, to escape before the inevitable collision of hearts shattered everything. And in that moment, time shifted, the stars above shimmered, caught in the web of their connection. I could feel the cosmos pressing down, holding its breath as the intensity grew. Psyche stepped forward, trembling with uncertainty, her voice barely a whisper. "What if love is a curse? What if it destroys us?" "Then let it," Eros said fiercely, his voice a low rumble of defiance. "Let it destroy us, and we will rise from the ashes, reborn." The words hung in the air, a declaration so profound it resonated in the very marrow of my being. I watched as Psyche's resolve flickered, doubt and determination warring behind her eyes. The universe seemed to shift, and in that moment, I understood the weight of their choices. The stakes were greater than any of us could bear. They were not just fighting for love, they were battling against themselves, against the monsters lurking within. The night deepened around us, cloaked in shadows and whispers of fate. I felt the tension coil tighter, every heartbeat echoing like a war drum, thrumming in tandem with their desires. Time stretched, warped like an ancient relic, and I could feel the fabric of their souls intertwining, threading through the infinite. But the darkness was not finished. A chill swept through the air, an omen lurking like a predator in the shadows. I could sense it, the inevitability of pain, the promise of heartbreak, the loss that would scar them both. There was no escaping the storm that was brewing, and yet, the pull of love could not be denied. I remember standing there, an invisible spectator caught in their tempest, heart racing as the moment approached. Each breath was a prayer, a desperate plea to the cosmos, to grant them the strength to face whatever lay ahead. "Together, will you face it together?" I whispered into the void, hoping the universe might hear my silent wish. But the answer remained unspoken, a haunting silence that promised both beauty and destruction. In that suspended moment, the air thick with longing, I knew we were all bound by the same truth: love, in its rawest form, is never easy. It is a chaotic symphony of souls, a dance of light and shadow that beckons us to surrender, to leap into the unknown. And as I stood there, heart pounding, I felt the darkness closing in, a reminder that the night was far from over. Eros and Psyche were on the precipice, teetering on the edge of something monumental, and I was simply a witness to their unfolding, a silent echo in the cosmos that would forever haunt the spaces between love and despair. The night was suffocating, thick with a silence that pressed against Psyche's chest like a vice. Shadows danced in the flickering light of oil lamps, each flicker like a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder. She stood at the crossroads of fate, the air heavy with dread. She could feel it, tasted a metallic tang on her tongue. Outside, the world held its breath. Inside, her heart thundered, echoing the tumult within. I remember the first time I saw him, she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest. He appeared like a ghost, an ethereal figure bathed in the moon's silver glow, and the memory clawed at her throat, choking her with its intensity. I was drawn to him, as if he were a flame and I, a moth, blind to the danger. But it wasn't just the image of him that haunted her. It was the weight of her own beauty, a curse wrapped in silk. Every glance, every whispered word, echoed the warning, "Beware, Psyche." They spoke of the gods and their jealousy, of the divine fury stirred by a mortal's allure. Her sisters, her own blood, had warned her, their eyes filled with a blend of envy and concern, as if they were already mourning the inevitable. As if they could sense the storm brewing. She trembled as she recalled their laughter, sharp and bitter, cutting through the golden threads of her memories. "You think you're a goddess, don't you?" they taunted, their voices like shards of glass. The laughter hung in the air long after they'd departed. She had been beautiful, yes, but that beauty had become a shroud, suffocating, isolating. In the mirror, she saw not herself but a reflection of the storm, a tempest held together by porcelain skin and hair like midnight silk. And then there was him, Eros, the god of desire, a creature of dreams and nightmares wrapped in one. His presence was electric, a current that crackled through the air, igniting her very soul. But what was love when it danced so dangerously close to obsession? She felt it, the longing like a noose around her neck, tightening with every stolen moment, every whispered secret shared in the hush of twilight. Yet, with every touch, every glance, there was an undercurrent of fear, a whispering dread that coiled itself around her heart. "I remember the way he looked at me," she murmured, her fingers brushing against her lips, recalling the warmth of his breath. "It was like he was searching for something buried deep within me, something even I didn't know I possessed." But love, she learned too late, was a double-edged sword, beautiful and treacherous, cutting deeper than any blade. The wind howled outside, a mournful cry that mirrored her own turmoil. She was standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable, a chasm of uncertainty that threatened to swallow her whole. What if I lose him? The question echoed in the hollow chambers of her mind, a relentless drumbeat of despair. What if the gods take him from me? What if my beauty isn't enough? In the depths of her anguish, Psyche's thoughts spiraled, fracturing into shards of haunting clarity. She could feel the cosmos shifting, the stars rearranging themselves into patterns that spelled out her doom. Time, that relentless demon, slithered through her fingers like water, and in that moment, she was both an eternal dreamer and a fleeting shadow, caught between what was and what could never be. Suddenly, the door burst open, a gust of wind sweeping through the room, extinguishing the lamps and plunging her into darkness. The darkness was alive, swirling with whispers, echoes of her doubts, her fears, all the things she had tried to suppress. Psyche! It was her sister, a voice brimming with urgency and panic. "You must come. They're coming for you." Her heart raced, panic clawing at her throat. Who? Who is coming? The shadows pressed in, and she felt the walls closing around her, a claustrophobic embrace. Is it the gods? Have they sent their wrath because of me? Yes, yes! They're coming, her sister gasped, breathless. They can't stand your beauty, Psyche. They want to punish you for daring to rival them. In that moment, Psyche felt the earth shift beneath her, the very fabric of her existence unraveling like a frayed tapestry. Her beauty, once a gift, felt like a curse, a beacon that drew malevolence like moths to a flame. "I never asked for this," she screamed into the darkness, her voice reverberating against the cold stone walls. "I never wanted to be a target." But even as the panic swelled, memories washed over her, the laughter, the jealousy, the way Eros had looked at her with such raw intensity. "I have to fight," she thought, a flicker of resolve igniting within her. "I must cling to him, to us, whatever it takes." The air crackled with tension as she turned to her sister, eyes blazing with determination. "If they want me, let them come. I will face them. I will face the gods." The shadows trembled, a chorus of disapproval swirling around her, but in that very defiance, she found strength. The weight of her beauty became a shield, her heart a weapon forged in the fires of desire and desperation. "I remember how it felt," she murmured, her breath hitching. "To be alive, to feel every surging wave of passion, every echo of despair. I won't let them take that from me. I won't let them extinguish my flame." The air buzzed with anticipation, crackling like the very heavens were about to split open. She stood on the precipice of confrontation, the storm within her raging as fiercely as the one outside. The clock ticked, each second a countdown to destiny, and in that moment of stillness, she could feel the threads of fate weaving tighter around her. As the door swung open once more, revealing a silhouette against the night, Psyche's heart raced. Eros stood there, a tempest of desire and fear, his gaze locking onto hers with an intensity that made her blood sing. "Psyche," he breathed, a whisper that wrapped around her like a promise. And as the shadows loomed large, as the air crackled with the echo of approaching doom, Psyche knew this was only the beginning. A confrontation was coming, a dance with gods and shadows, a battle for her love, her life. The world was about to ignite, and she would be at the center of it all, a flame burning bright against the encroaching darkness. A chill clawed its way through the dimly lit chamber, a foreboding whisper in the air. Psyche's parents, king and queen of an opulent kingdom, stood frozen, hearts pounding like war drums, as the prophetic figure emerged from the shadows. Cloaked in tattered robes that seemed to absorb the light, the oracle exuded an unsettling calm, a stillness that screamed of calamity. "Your daughter," the oracle's voice was low, gravelly as a forgotten grave, "will become the source of your ruin." Each word landed with the weight of 1,000 stones, echoing in the cavernous hall. I remember the way the candle flames flickered, as if in response to the darkness seeping into their hearts. I remember the way Psyche's mother clutched her chest, the delicate lace of her gown trembling, as if it too felt the chill of destiny creeping closer. "No," the queen gasped, her voice laced with both disbelief and a mother's fierce protection. "You speak madness." But the oracle only shook her head, her eyes two bottomless pits of sorrow. "Madness is a trickster, truth wears a mask. Your daughter's beauty will ignite a fire that consumes all." With each syllable, the air thickened, stifling, suffocating, an invisible force clamping down on the queen's throat. The weight of possibility hung heavy, curling around them like a serpent, ready to squeeze the life from their very souls. I remember Psyche, then just a child, dancing in the garden, her laughter a melody that could lift even the heaviest of hearts. But laughter feels distant now, a memory fading like the last breath of a dying star. The garden that once thrived was overgrown, weeds clawing through the soil, choking the flowers that once bloomed with brilliance. The king, resolute but wavering, gripped the edge of the ornate table, knuckles white as he fought against the tide of dread. "What do you mean?" he demanded, his voice a thunderstorm barely contained. "What must we do?" And the oracle smiled, an expression devoid of warmth, as if she carried the weight of the universe's secrets. "Seal her in beauty. Shield her from the world's gaze, for the gods shall be relentless. They hunger for her." In that moment, the heavens themselves seemed to crackle with energy, the room vibrating with a truth too potent to grasp. I remember the echoes of Psyche's laughter morphing into shadows of despair as her parents turned away from the oracle, the weight of the prophecy sinking into their bones like an old, aching injury. The candle flames danced wildly, illuminating the truth etched deep within the king's heart, the haunting knowledge that his beloved daughter, with her sun-kissed skin and laughter that could melt even the coldest of hearts, would be forever trapped in a gilded cage. "We will protect her," he whispered, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him, a father's promise crumbling under the weight of an impossible burden. The queen's gaze fell to the floor, to the intricate mosaic that told stories of old gods and ancient battles, depicting a world where love and war danced a deadly waltz. "What if," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, "what if we are the ones who bring her ruin?" The thought hung heavy between them, a dark cloud looming over their heads, casting shadows on their souls. A silence enveloped the chamber, thick and palpable, as if the very walls were holding their breath. Time slowed, each second stretching into an eternal ache, filled with the unspoken fears of parents who would sacrifice everything to keep their child safe. And then, as if summoned by the weight of their despair, the oracle's voice cut through the silence once more, a jagged blade of truth. "It is too late. The threads of fate have already begun to weave. The air crackled with electric tension, and in that moment, reality twisted around them. Psyche, blissfully unaware of the storm raging in her parents' hearts, twirled in the garden, weaving dreams among the vines and petals, a living embodiment of innocence against the encroaching shadows. I remember the way the stars blinked above her, distant and cold, as if even the cosmos bore witness to the tragic play unfolding below. Each twinkling light felt like a distant tear shed for a love that would be tested, torn apart by the very forces that should bind them. As the oracle slipped back into the shadows, the lingering chill served as a grim reminder: the world was watching. The king and queen exchanged desperate glances, the weight of their responsibility crushing them. What if we fail her? The queen's voice trembled, filled with a fear that doused her heart in ice. What if our love is not enough? They were two sides of the same coin, both flawed, both terrified, caught in the vice of prophecy and parental love. They had been rulers, warriors, but this was a battle of a different nature, one that threatened to rip apart the very fabric of their family. I remember the way the bitter taste of fear clung to their tongues, a reminder that the stakes were higher than mere kingdoms. It was Psyche, their light, their joy, and the threat loomed like a dark cloud, thickening the air with dread. Seal her in beauty, the oracle had commanded, and in that moment, the king's heart hardened. To cage her would be to smother her light, to snuff out the joy that breathed life into their home. Yet, what choice lay before him? He could feel it, the impending doom curling around them, a siren song that tugged at his very soul. And so, the dance began, a tragic ballet of love and sacrifice, woven through the fabric of fate, stitched together with the threads of fear and desperation. Psyche's laughter would soon fade, replaced by the haunting silence of what could have been, a chill echoing through the halls that had once been alive with the warmth of family. Time moved on, relentless and unfeeling, but every second that passed felt like a countdown to something inevitable, something darker looming just beyond the horizon. It wasn't just about a prophecy anymore, it was about a family caught in the jaws of fate, a child unaware of the storm brewing in the hearts of those who loved her most. I remember the shadows lengthening, the darkness creeping closer, tightening its grip on the edges of their lives. The clock of destiny ticked on, unyielding, as the world outside turned, oblivious to Psyche's plight. A cycle began, a loop of anguish and hope, tethered to the fragile thread of love. And so, the prophecy loomed, a spectre that would haunt them all, whispering of ruin and beauty, of love that glimmered like a distant star, always out of reach, always just beyond their grasp. The story was far from over. The echoes of fate had merely begun to sing their mournful tune, threading through the lives of a family entwined in a desperate dance with destiny. The clock struck midnight, its deep chime slicing through the oppressive silence of the darkened room, a heartbeat echoing against cold stone walls. I could feel it in my bones, the kind of fear that spirals like smoke in the air, wrapping around your throat, squeezing tighter with each passing second. The shadows danced hungrily, flickering with a life of their own, as I caught a glimpse of her silhouette. Psyche stood there, poised on the cusp of anguish and revelation, a ghost of herself, trapped in the fragile web of her own making. Her eyes, pools of uncertainty, shimmered with the weight of unshed tears, reflecting a chaos that no one else could see. I remember when she smiled, how the world felt a little less heavy. But now, the smile was gone, replaced by a tremor of desperation. "It's not what you think," she whispered, her voice barely breaking the stillness. A heartbeat passed between us, the air thick with unspoken fears, as I watched her face shift, caught between defiance and despair. Shadows curled around her, whispering secrets, and I couldn't tell if she was the one hiding or the one being hunted. From the corner of the room, he watched. Lucian, a man carved from the darkness himself, stood unflinching, like a statue that had seen too much. His eyes, dark as the night sky dipped in ink, glimmered with a promise, or maybe a threat. I could see the conflict etched on his brow, the way his fingers twitched at his side, as if they longed to reach for Psyche, to pull her from the abyss. But he was bound by something deeper, a loyalty that twisted around his heart like thorny vines. "You don't understand," he said, the rawness of his voice slicing through the tension. "You think you can run from this? From him?" And there it was, the spectre of someone else, the one whose shadow loomed larger than life, darker than the moonless night. I felt it, The magnetic pull of betrayal, the chilling realization that love could be as cruel as it was beautiful. Lucian had loved her fiercely, and yet, here we were, entangled in a web of broken trust and shattered dreams. I remember, I whispered, feeling the echoes of our shared past wrap around me. I remember when love was supposed to set us free. The walls felt like they were closing in, the air thickening with every heartbeat, every breath. It was palpable, the way Psyche's vulnerability clawed at her, the anguish in her eyes threatening to spill over. I could see the gears of her mind turning, racing toward a conclusion, but what awaited her on the other side? Hope? Despair? I took a hesitant step toward her, wanting to bridge the distance carved by secrets and fears. You don't have to face this alone, I said, my voice trembling, raw and exposed. But her gaze turned inward, haunted by memories that felt like ghosts, memories of laughter now wilted and decayed. No one can help me, she said, and the finality in her tone sent a shiver down my spine. He's coming for me, and there's nowhere to hide. The shadows writhed around us, whispering chilling tales of what awaited if we didn't act. I glanced at Lucian, desperately seeking solidarity, but found only a storm brewing in his eyes. He was torn between the desire to protect and the weight of inevitability. We can still fight, he insisted, but even his voice quaked. The resolve was slipping, and with it, the fragile thread of hope we clung to. Outside, the city lay draped in darkness, a living entity pulsing with unseen threats. The night air was thick with secrets, the kind that gnawed at your sanity. I could feel the tension stretching like a tightrope beneath our feet, and the ground felt precarious beneath us. The clock, that relentless guardian of time, continued its mechanical heartbeat, reminding us of our mortality, the fleeting nature of love, life, and the choices we made. Suddenly, Psyche gasped, a sound that shattered the silence, breaking open the dam of her fears. I can't lose myself in him, she breathed, the weight of her admission hanging heavy in the air. I refused to become a shadow of who I was. I felt an ache deep within me, a longing to pull her back from the edge, to remind her of the light that once burned so fiercely in her spirit. But darkness has a way of consuming the light, of twisting desires into nightmares. The very fabric of love felt like a noose tightening around our throats. I was trapped in this cycle, a dance of pain we couldn't escape. I remember when we believed in the impossible, I said, choking on the words. When love was a shield, not a weapon. Psyche turned, her expression fragile yet fierce, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of that old light. Then let's make a choice, she said, a tremor of determination threading through her voice. Not just for me, but for all of us. The shadows fell silent, as if waiting, watching, hungry for the decision that hung in the air. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder of what was at stake. We were standing at the precipice, a moment stretched like a taut string, ready to snap. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat echoing vulnerability and resolve. Lucian took a step closer, his breath hitching, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Together, then, he murmured, and with those two words, the atmosphere shifted, thickening with resolve. We stood on that threshold, poised to confront whatever awaited us in the shadows, a love, loss, and the echoing silence that refused to let go. What came next was inevitable, a confrontation with ourselves, with the ghosts that haunted our choices. The night held its breath, the city outside oblivious, a world untouched by the tempest brewing within us. And as we stood there, the darkness encroaching, I felt the weight of every heartbeat, every breath, echoing through the infinite night. And in that moment, as time twisted and the shadows loomed large, I realized that to love is to step into the unknown, to dance with the darkness, and perhaps, just perhaps, to find a way to shine even when the world tries to pull you under. The moon hung in the night sky, a ghostly spectre illuminating the city below, casting long shadows that slithered like whispers through the streets. A sudden crash echoed through the air, a sound so visceral it made the heart skip a beat. It was the shattering of porcelain, an irreplaceable vase, a symbol of beauty, now lying in shards, glistening like fallen stars on the cold stone floor. In that moment, the world held its breath, the silence thick with unspoken truths. I stood there, frozen in the doorway, watching as she knelt, delicate hands trembling, a storm of rage and sorrow crashing behind her emerald eyes. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, her fury erupting like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. I had never seen such rawness in her. It was terrifying and beautiful. "Do you know what you've done?" she whispered, each word laced with venom. Across the room, Eros, her son, stood with his bow lowered, a heavy heart painted across his youthful face. He was the harbinger of love, yet today he felt like a traitor. He had seen the way she gazed at that mortal, how her laughter danced like sunlight, how her smile carved a space in the world that belonged solely to him. It was a betrayal, one that seethed and boiled in Aphrodite's veins. "I remember," she said, her voice a fragile whisper. "I remember when love was enough. I remember when it didn't hurt." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the moonlight like shards of glass. "Now, it's a weapon, a curse." Eros felt the weight of her pain, the echo of her memories. He wanted to comfort her, to bridge the chasm that love had carved between them, but how do you soothe a goddess in the throes of jealousy? He took a step toward her, but it was like stepping on a minefield, each inch a potential explosion. "Mother, please," he urged, but even his soft voice felt like a thunderclap in the charged atmosphere. And then it happened, a flicker of darkness in her eyes, a deep abyss that swallowed the room whole. "You don't understand," she spat, the words sharp as a knife, cutting through the air. "You've never known what it's like to be cast aside, to feel your heart twist in the hands of another." I felt the air thicken, the tension so palpable it could choke. The shadows danced around us, weaving stories of love lost and desires unfulfilled. The walls seemed to pulse with their emotions, ancient stones soaking in the anguish, as if the very fabric of the universe held its breath. Eros flinched at her words, but stood tall, his own heart a battlefield. "I've seen you take lovers, seen you weave hearts together with a flick of your wrist. You're the goddess of love. You should know that jealousy is a human folly." Aphrodite's laughter shattered the night, wild and unhinged. "And yet here I am, fueled by the same flames that burn mortals alive. Do you think I chose this? To feel so deeply that it hurts? Love is an anchor, Eros, but I am adrift." Suddenly, the air crackled, a storm brewing, swirling like the chaos within her. I could feel it in my bones, a cosmic uprising. The stars outside flickered in response, trembling under the weight of her despair. "I will not be outshone by a mortal," she shouted, and the very ground beneath us shook, as if the earth were terrified of her wrath. She raised her hands to the heavens, her fingers twisting and curling like vines, and in that moment, I wondered if she might summon the moon itself to cast judgment upon us. "Let the world know my pain," she cried, her voice a fierce melody of anguish. "Let them feel the fire of my jealousy." Eros stepped forward, determination igniting within him. "Mother, please! Don't unleash your wrath upon the innocent." But even as the words left his lips, his own heart trembled, caught in the crossfire of familial love and divine rage. "Is it innocent to take what is mine?" she hissed, and I could see the storm clouds gathering in her eyes, a whirlpool of darkness and light, of love and destruction. "Is it innocent to make me feel small?" The air around us became charged with an electric pulse, a force that threatened to rip apart everything we knew. I could taste the chaos in my mouth, a metallic tang that felt like fear and longing entwined. Time stretched, every second a jagged edge cutting deeper into the fabric of our reality. "Love is a battlefield," I whispered, caught in the maelstrom, longing to reach out, to bridge the gap between them. "But you must choose how to fight." She turned to me, eyes blazing, and in that moment, I saw the vulnerability hidden behind the mask of the goddess. "And what would you know of love? You stand here, an observer, a ghost in my story." But the truth is, I felt it. The sting of betrayal, the weight of jealousy, the suffocating grip of love. I know it hurts. I know it breaks us. But you have the power to create as much as you do to destroy. The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm filled with all the things left unsaid. Eros watched, a silent plea etched into his features. He wanted to save her, to save them both. "Mother," he said softly, "you are love. You are not merely its fury." Aphrodite's shoulders slumped, the storm within her stilling ever so slightly. The cracks in her facade began to show, and her voice softened, like the aftermath of a thunderstorm. the air still heavy with moisture but no longer threatening. And what if this love I feel consumes me? What if it leaves nothing but ashes behind? I stepped closer, my heartbeat echoing in the charged space. Then from those ashes, you can rise anew. You can be both love and its wielder, a force of creation rather than destruction. Her gaze pierced through me, and for a moment, time ceased to exist. The universe held its breath, and we all waited, waiting for the inevitable choice that would either shatter us or rebuild us. In that frozen instant, I understood jealousy can be a prison, but love? Love can also be the key. But as the shadows crept back into her eyes, I knew the battle was far from over. The tension hung heavy, a promise of storms yet to come, and I could only stand witness, caught in the web of their divine conflict, as love and jealousy danced on the precipice of destruction. Time ticked away, the clock's hands moving with an ominous certainty, and I felt the weight of the impending confrontation pulse through the very air around us, a cosmic ticking that promised more chaos, more heartbreak, more everything. The skies, bruised and burning, rumbled with the weight of unspoken confessions. I stood on the edge of a crumbling rooftop, heart racing as I peered into the chaos below. The streets of this city, once vibrant with laughter, now lay shrouded in shadows, dark figures moved like phantoms, whispering secrets to the night. I gripped the ledge, the rough stone biting into my palms, grounding me as the world spun relentlessly. Love, that elusive spectre, had driven me here, and its cruel whispers echoed in my ears. I remember the moment I saw her, Isla, a flicker of light in a world painted in grief. Her laughter danced through the air like a haunting melody, intoxicating yet tainted with sorrow. She didn't know, didn't see, the storm gathering in her heart, the tempest that had consumed mine. I was a fool, a moth drawn to the flame, but her warmth was a promise. I remember the first touch of her hand, soft and trembling, like the first breath of dawn breaking through the night. And then there was Marcus, a shadow of despair cast by his own story. Haunted by the ghosts of those he loved, he wore his pain like armor, each scar a testament to battles fought in silence. I found him at the heart of the city's chaos, a soldier without a war, lost in a labyrinth of his own making. Love is a battlefield, he said, the irony not lost on him, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of hope, an ember still glowing beneath layers of ash. Tonight, the air was thick with tension, crackling like static before a storm. The city pulsed with life, yet silence clung to my heart, a premonition that something was about to shatter. I felt it in my bones, a weight that pressed down harder with each breath, and I knew the moment of reckoning was imminent. I turned, searching for Isla, knowing she was out there, a spark in the dark. The clock tower tolled, its mournful clang echoing through the night, reminding me of time slipping away like sand through my fingers. I ran, the pavement rough beneath my feet, each step a question, each shadow a memory. I could almost taste her presence, sweet and electric, yet the air was tainted with the scent of decay, the ghosts of lost love clung to the corners of this forsaken place. I found her there, by the fountain that had once bubbled with laughter, now still, a mirror reflecting broken dreams. She stood, eyes closed, lost in a world of her own, the night swirling around her like a dark cloak. Isla, I breathed, but the sound was swallowed by the night. She opened her eyes, and in that instant, the universe shifted, stars colliding in a glorious explosion of light. Eros, she whispered, my name a fragile thread tying us to this moment. She reached for me, and I felt the jolt of connection, a spark igniting the air between us. But before I could close the distance, Marcus emerged from the shadows, a spectre of uncertainty. We can't, he said, his voice a gravelly whisper, like autumn leaves crunching underfoot. You don't understand. What don't I understand? What weight did your sorrow carry that mine couldn't bear? My heart raced, caught between the sweet allure of Isla and the heavy chains that bound Marcus. You're scared, I said, my voice trembling with a mix of anger and desperation. We all are. But love, I faltered, the word a fragile thing, a weapon I wielded with fear. Love is worth the risk. Marcus closed his eyes, as if searching for solace in the darkness. Love is cruel, Eros. It buries you alive beneath its weight, and when it leaves, you're left with nothing but a hollow shell. I could see it in his eyes, the remnants of love lost, a battlefield littered with memories. But Isla, she was different. I looked back at her, and the world fell away. Her face, illuminated by the pale glow of the moon, was a canvas of longing and uncertainty. "I can't lose you," she breathed, and in that moment, the air crackled with unshed tears. "I can't bear the thought of loving you and seeing you slip away." But love was a paradox, a cruel twist of fate. I reached for her, desperation clawing at my throat. "Then let's forge a path together. Let's embrace the chaos rather than be consumed by it." But before she could respond, a thunderous roar echoed through the streets, harsh and unyielding, shaking the very foundations of our entwined hopes. The shadows erupted, figures emerging like demons summoned from the depths. They were the embodiments of our fears, manifestations of doubt and betrayal. "Run!" I shouted, adrenaline surging through my veins, but my heart ached with the weight of potential loss. We were caught in a storm of our own making, and the whirlwind threatened to tear us apart, to drag us down into the abyss. I grasped Isla's hand, and we fled, Marcus trailing behind, a reluctant ally caught between love and despair. The world around us spun wildly, the cacophony of chaos drowning out reason. Time stretched, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes. We twisted through alleyways, the scent of rain and rust clinging to our skin, the night alive with the energy of 1,000 unsung stories. But behind us, the shadows lurked, whispering tales of heartache and loss, taunting us with the inevitability of fate. "Don't look back," I urged, but the weight of the past pressed against my chest, threatening to suffocate me. What if love wasn't enough? What if the ghosts we carried were stronger than the light we sought? But Isla, fierce and radiant, pulled me close. "I refuse to let the darkness win," she said, her voice a battle cry. And in that moment, I knew love was worth fighting for, even in the face of despair. Yet the night was far from over. The confrontation awaited us, lurking just beyond the edge of our resolve, and as we raced forward into the unknown, the echoes of our hearts intertwined in a symphony of hope and heartache. Time ticked on, a relentless reminder that we were on the brink of something monumental: love, pain, and the relentless quest for connection. In that fragile moment suspended between fear and desire, we dove into the depths, unafraid of the darkness that swirled around us, seeking the light that flickered just beyond the horizon. And as the shadows danced at our heels, I felt the pulse of destiny guiding us forward, into the chaos, into the storm. Our journey was only just beginning. The air crackles with tension, heavy and electric, as Psyche stands on the brink of the abyss, her heart beats a frantic tattoo against her ribcage, a drum heralding doom. Shadows twist and elongate, stretching like monstrous fingers across the marble floor, whispering of the trials to come. It's not just fear that clutches her throat, it's the weight of her own beauty, a curse that glimmers like a blade in the moonlight, sharp enough to slice through the veil of her innocence. In the distance, the howling wind carries a mournful song, a dirge for the souls ensnared by envy. Psyche remembers the echo of her father's voice, trembling and hollow, pleading with the gods to spare her from their wrath. "You are too beautiful," he had said, as if beauty itself were a sin. How absurd, yet here she stands, the embodiment of all that he feared, ensnared in a web of desire and dread. Eros lurks in the shadows, his presence a ghostly whisper behind her. He is both her savior and tormentor, the object of her affection and the architect of her despair. His love is a tempest, raging with passion yet fraught with the peril of abandonment. "I will come for you," he promises, yet those words hang in the air like smoke, ephemeral and evasive. What if that promise is nothing more than a cruel jest? What if he, too, succumbs to the darkness that consumes her? She can feel the weight of his gaze, a burning ember that ignites hope and fear alike, and the uncertainty is a knife pressed against her skin, a reminder of fragility. Every heartbeat reverberates through her, each one a reminder of the stakes at hand. She closes her eyes, and suddenly, she's back in the garden, surrounded by blooms that radiate vibrant colors, each petal a silent scream, each fragrance a memory. The scent of roses, a paradox of beauty and brutality, fills her lungs, and she remembers the day she first caught his eye. Eros had approached her like a storm, fierce and intoxicating, and with that first glance, the world shifted. The sun dimmed, shadows deepened, and beauty morphed into a weapon aimed straight at her heart. "Why did you come?" she had asked, desperation lacing her voice. The memory stings, a reminder of her vulnerability. Am I not a gift? Gifts can be burdens, he had replied, eyes flickering with a mix of desire and trepidation. I fear the weight of your beauty will crush us both. The word crushed hangs in the air like a bell tolling at midnight, reverberating in her mind. It pulls her back into the present, where the silence is deafening, and the emptiness gnaws at her spirit. There's a frantic energy beneath her skin, a wildness that yearns to break free, but the fear of the unknown binds her. If beauty is a currency, what will she spend it on? The clock ticks softly in the dark room, each second a knife slicing through the fabric of time. She feels it, the relentless march toward the inevitable. A confrontation is coming, and she knows there will be no winners. The very essence of her being has become a battleground, with Eros and the gods fighting for control, and she, caught in the crossfire, is a mere pawn in the game of fate. And then there's Aphrodite, her mother-in-law, an enemy, a goddess whose jealousy is as fierce as her love. Psyche remembers the chill in the air when she first laid eyes on the divine figure, radiant yet cold, a beauty that harbors a heart of ice. You think you can steal my son? Aphrodite had hissed, her voice dripping with venom. You, a mortal, dare defy the gods? You will pay for your arrogance. Psyche trembles at the memory. She is not just fighting for love but for her very existence, caught in a web spun with malice and spite. The trials that await her loom like dark clouds on the horizon, threats whispering promises of pain. You will face hunger, fear, betrayal, the shadows tease, gnashing their teeth with glee. But even in despair, there's a spark of defiance within her. I will not crumble, Psyche whispers, her voice trembling with determination. I am more than my beauty, I am a soul unbound by the shackles of expectation. Outside, the wind picks up, howling like a banshee, and the stars blink down as if they know her plight, ancient witnesses to a tale as old as time. She reaches for the darkness, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the unknown, and in that moment, she understands, beauty is both weapon and shield, a burden that can either crush or liberate. Eros' voice filters through the chaos, soothing yet urgent. Psyche, listen to me, he begs, his breath warm against the chill that clings to her skin. You must trust in me, in us. We will conquer this. But trust feels like a distant memory, a fragile thread fraying beneath the weight of doubt. Can love truly triumph over spite? Can it withstand the trials etched in stone by the unforgiving hands of fate? As Psyche stands on the precipice of her trials, heart racing, she knows she must face the darkness head-on. With each step forward, she feels the pulse of the cosmos beneath her feet, a rhythm that mirrors the cadence of her pounding heart. It is here, in this moment of uncertainty, that she realizes the power of her own choices. And so, she takes a breath, the air thick with promise and dread, each inhale a reminder of the stakes. The abyss awaits, and she will dive into it, beauty and all, ready to confront the ghosts of envy and despair. In the shadows, Eros watches, a haunting figure, a flicker of light caught between hope and despair. He knows the trials ahead will test them both, but for now, there is only the palpable silence and the stars above, witnessing a universe that spins with every heartbeat, every breath, a dance of love and longing, of beauty and burden. In the distance, something stirs, a promise of what lies ahead, and as Psyche steps forward, she knows that the end is merely a new beginning, a loop of trials yet to come. The darkness beckons, but so does the light, and the struggle is only just starting. The air crackled, thick with anticipation, as the clock tower chimed midnight, a haunting echo that clawed its way through the silence, resonating like the heartbeat of a city cloaked in shadows. The moon, a silver scythe in the ink-black sky, sliced through the darkness, bathing the cobblestones in ghostly light. And there, in the alley where the old stones whispered secrets of the past, stood Allure, trembling on the brink of her own unraveling. She felt the weight of the oracle's message pressing against her chest, each syllable a hammer pounding against her resolve. I remember, she whispered to herself, a mantra against the dread. I remember the way the shadows danced when I asked for answers. But the answers had not come. Instead, the oracle's prophecy, vague yet sharp, like shards of glass embedded in her mind, had left her spinning in a web of uncertainty. The choice she had to make loomed ahead like a chasm, the bottom obscured by fog. The city felt alive, breathing, waiting for her decision. Across the street, a figure emerged from the murk, a silhouette carved from the night itself. It was Thorn, his presence potent, charged with unspoken fears and long-buried regrets. He moved toward her, the weight of past betrayals etched into the furrows of his brow. Their eyes locked, and in that instant, the world around them faded. "Why are you here?" Ilara's voice trembled, barely breaking the silence. "Because you're afraid," he replied, his voice like gravel scraping against soft skin. "Afraid of what the oracle said. Afraid of who you could become." Her heart raced, a wild drum echoing in the silence. "And what if I don't want to become anything?" A bitter laugh escaped her lips, but it was laced with desperation. "What if I just want to walk away from it all?" Thorn stepped closer, the moonlight casting an ethereal glow on his face, revealing the depths of his pain. "You can't walk away from destiny, Ilara. It's already woven into the fabric of your being." The night seemed to hold its breath, the shadows creeping closer, hungry for the truth that lingered in the air. Ilara's mind swirled with fragmented images, the oracle's piercing gaze, the trembling of her hands as she received the message, the flicker of hope and fear that ignited in her core. "But how can I trust a prophecy that feels more like a curse?" "I was once like you," Thorn said, his voice dropping to a whisper laden with the weight of memories. "I ignored the signs, the whispers in the dark telling me to turn back. I thought I was safer in ignorance, but all I did was plunge deeper into the chaos." The words hung between them, a bridge over the chasm of uncertainty. "What did you see?" she pressed, her breath hitching as her heart betrayed her. "What happened?" He hesitated, eyes flickering with the ghosts of his past. "I saw the city burn. I saw souls tormented by their own choices, forever trapped in a cycle of regret and despair. I lost everything by refusing to face the truth." Ilara's pulse quickened, a visceral reaction to the terror that wrapped around her like a vice. "Then why are we standing here? Why are you still fighting?" "Because I have to believe there's still a chance," he said, anguish threading through his words. "I have to believe that confronting our destinies can lead to redemption, not just despair." The weight of his gaze bore down on her, forcing her to confront the swirling vortex of emotions within. "And if I can't? What if I'm destined to fail? Every failure is a step towards understanding. You can't fear the shadows if you seek the light." Her heart twisted at his sincerity, but the fear lingered, a specter haunting her every thought. Outside, the city was alive with the sounds of night, the rustling leaves, the distant laughter, the quiet sobbing of lost dreams. Each sound echoed the turmoil in her heart. "And if the light doesn't find me, then I'll stand by you in the dark." Thorn's voice was unwavering, a fierce promise that ignited a flicker of hope within her. Ilara's breath caught, a mix of fear and longing. She stepped back, the weight of the moment crashing over her like a tidal wave. What if this is a mistake? Life is built on mistakes. Sometimes they're the only way to learn. You're not just a pawn in the oracle's game, you're the player. And just like that, the ground beneath her shifted, the shadows whispered louder, urging her toward the precipice of her truth. "What if I step off this ledge? Then you'll either fall or fly." With a shuddering breath, Ilara took a step forward, the gravity of the moment pulling her deeper into the abyss of uncertainty. Time seemed to slow, every heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. "If I choose to embrace this destiny, you'll be there, right?" "I promise," Thorn said, his eyes fierce, unwavering. The air shimmered with the energy of their shared resolve. Shadows twisted around them, clinging to their fears, but in this fragile embrace of uncertainty, hope flickered, an ember in the cold dark. "I remember," Ilara murmured, her voice quavering. "I remember the oracle's words, the weight of responsibility, the flicker of what could be. And I remember fear." She inhaled deeply, tasting the night air, thick with promises unspoken and fears unacknowledged. "But I also remember something else." "What?" Thorn urged, his intensity wrapping around her like a lifeline. "I remember that I am more than my fears." A crack split the air, an unseen force pushing them toward the brink, the city swirling with ancient energy, waiting for them to leap into the unknown. The moment stretched, heavy with potential, and Elara took Thorn's hand, intertwined with uncertainty and resolve. "Let's find out what happens next," she breathed, the words a gentle incantation, a call to destiny that echoed through the night. The clock tower tolled again, its haunting rhythm marking the beginning of a journey neither could turn away from. The shadows whispered, the city pulsed, and together they stepped into the abyss, ready to face whatever awaited them. The air hung thick with tension, hovering like a storm cloud. Each heartbeat echoed, a reminder of the fissures that stretched between lovers. Psyche stood at the edge of the forbidden grove, where gnarled trees twisted like the tattered threads of her sanity. She could feel their eyes, ancient, knowing, hungry. This was no ordinary place, it was where light faltered, and shadows danced with secrets. "Eros," she called, her voice a brittle whisper, fraying at the edges. The name felt like a prayer, each syllable laced with longing and desperation. She clutched her hands into fists, fingernails biting into soft palms, as if anchoring herself against the pull of the abyss. The grove was alive, a pulsating heart that mirrored her own. She could smell the damp earth, the rich decay of forgotten dreams. It clung to her like a shroud, wrapping her in its embrace, suffocating yet intoxicating. And then she heard it, a rustling, barely perceptible, but enough to set her racing heart on fire. "Eros," she cried again, the name slicing through the silence. He stepped from the shadows, a ghost birthed from her darkest fears and brightest hopes. His face glowed with an ethereal light, an impossible melding of beauty and sorrow. "Psyche," he breathed, and the sound was both salvation and damnation. It shattered her resolve, leaving her vulnerable, exposed. "I thought you wouldn't come," she whispered, a tremor in her voice. It felt as if the very trees held their breath, straining to catch the fragile thread of their reunion. The world around them faded, and in that moment, it was just the two of them, lost in a labyrinth of their making. "Neither did I," he confessed, stepping forward, the weight of his own torment pulling him back. "But here I am." The air crackled with unsaid words, the space between them heavy with longing and fear. Psyche's heart raced, a wild creature caught in a snare, desperate to escape the grip of despair. She wanted to reach out, to close the chasm that had grown between them, but the shadows whispered warnings, echoing in her mind, threading doubt into her veins. "I remember the stars," she said suddenly, her voice breaking. "The night we first kissed, how the cosmos seemed to swirl just for us. Do you remember?" The memory, vivid and raw, unfurled like a moth drawn to flame. Eros's gaze shifted, his eyes darkening, haunted. "I remember," he replied, his voice low, almost a growl. "But those stars have dimmed. We are not the same." Psyche felt the ground shift beneath her, her soul quaking with the truth in his words. There were ghosts lingering in the shadows, whispers of betrayal, the weight of choices made in moments of weakness. She thought of the time that had slipped through her fingers like grains of sand, lost to the cruel hands of fate. "Why?" she cried, a choked sob escaping her lips. "Why did you leave me?" The question hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, like a stone thrown into a still pond, rippling outwards. Eros turned away, his silhouette framed by the trees, like a painting carved from regret. "I had to protect you," he said, though the words felt like knives, cutting deeper than she thought possible. "Protect me?" She couldn't contain the laughter that bubbled up, wild and unhinged. "You call this protection? This agony?" The grove seemed to shudder at her words, branches swaying as if in agreement, shadows flickering with an almost sentient understanding. "Every moment apart has been a torment," he confessed, his voice thick with pain. "And yet, I feared what I would bring to you. I am not a god of love, Psyche. I am a monster." His words crashed over her like waves, dragging her under, drowning her in uncertainty. She wanted to scream, to shake him from this delusion. "You are not a monster. You are the light in my darkness." But the shadows crept closer, wrapping around her heart like a vice. "And what if that light is tainted? What if I am the darkness you fear?" There was a silence, a chasm wide enough to swallow them whole. The grove creaked, a mournful sound echoing the despair that filled the air. Psyche stepped forward, a tiny flicker of hope igniting within her, as she reached out, fingers brushing against the warmth of his arm. "Eros," she pleaded, her voice cracking like fragile glass. "We can fight this together. You are not your fears. You are not alone." But he recoiled, the touch like ice, as if her warmth had ignited a fire of his own despair. "And what if I bring ruin to you? What if the shadows claim you?" Her heart sank, the weight of his words pressing down like the heaviness of a world unmade. "Then we will face them, together," she insisted, her voice rising with fervor. "I refuse to hide in the dark any longer. I won't let fear define us." The air crackled with charged energy, and Psyche felt her resolve harden into steel. She would not let this darkness shroud her in silence. She would scream, howl, and claw her way through the pain. "This is our chance, Eros." His eyes bore into hers, searching for a flicker of hope amid the chaos. "And if it is not enough, then we will make it enough." In that moment, the grove seemed to shift, the shadows receding, the trees leaning in as if eavesdropping on the heartbeat of their love. The tension surged, and Psyche felt the world spin on the axis of their connection. They stood on the precipice, two souls entwined in a dance of fate, a clash of longing and fear. Together, she breathed, the promise igniting a fire within. Eros's gaze softened, and for the first time, she saw the flicker of hope kindling in the depths of his eyes. "Together," he echoed, and as their hands met, the grove trembled with a fierce energy, the kind that could alter the fabric of the night, shifting stars and shadows alike. But the tension still hung thick, like a noose tightening around their hearts. For beyond the trees, a darkness stirred, ancient, unyielding. The shadows whispered again, a chilling breeze that sent shivers racing down their spines, a reminder of the battles yet to come. As they stood at the edge of the abyss, the world around them faded into silence, an eerie calm before the storm. Time felt suspended, a breath held in a universe full of uncertainties, where love and loss intertwined, weaving an intricate tapestry of what was, what could be, and what might never come to pass. Their fates were sealed in that moment, two souls united against the tides of fate, yet the abyss loomed closer, hungry for the bond they dared to forge. The grove held its breath, waiting, watching, as the battle between light and shadow unfurled like the wings of a nightmarish bird, beautiful and terrifying, caught in the inescapable cycle of time and desire. And as the first crack of thunder echoed through the trees, the moment stretched into infinity, holding them in a fragile embrace, a moment that would change everything, sending ripples into the fabric of their intertwined lives, forever altering their destinies. The rain fell in heavy sheets, each drop a tiny hammer striking the pavement, an unforgiving rhythm that matched the frantic beating of my heart. I stood at the edge of the street, soaked to the bone, the world a blurry watercolor of shadows and light. The air crackled with electricity, thick with the promise of something unspeakable, something just beyond the veil of ordinary life. It was there, in that moment of chaos, that she appeared. A figure emerged from the storm, a flicker of warmth amid the chill, the soft glow of a street lamp illuminating her silhouette. I could hardly breathe as she stepped into my line of sight. Water cascaded from her hair, framing her face like a dark halo, and for a heartbeat, time stopped. The universe paused, and every mundane worry, every flicker of doubt, evaporated. I was captivated, ensnared by the gravity of her presence. I remember the way her eye swept over the street, wide and searching, as if she were looking for something, or someone. I could feel the weight of her gaze, the vulnerability in that fleeting second, an unspoken bond tethering us in the chaos. She was lost, as I was, and that shared dislocation ignited a flicker of connection, a whisper of understanding that coursed through my veins. But I wasn't the only one. I glanced to my right, where Liam stood, his brows knitted with concern. He was my best friend, my anchor in this storm, but today he felt like a distant star, illuminating a dark sky I no longer recognized. Liam had his own demons, wrestling with thoughts of his past, memories that clawed at him, shadows that whispered sweet lies. It was a delicate dance between us, one that had begun long before the rain. I remember the moment I turned back to her, and it felt like the world had narrowed, the cacophony of the storm fading into silence. Her eyes met mine, a collision of worlds, an electric spark. There was something hauntingly familiar about her, a flicker of a long-lost dream or a half-forgotten memory. Was it destiny? or merely a trick of the storm? I couldn't tell. All I knew was that the air thickened between us, spiraling into a crackling tension that pulled at my very core. "Hey," I managed, my voice barely audible over the torrent. She blinked, surprise dancing across her features as if she hadn't expected anyone to notice her. "Are you all right?" The question slipped out, raw and instinctual, and I cursed myself for sounding so desperate. Just a little lost," she replied, her voice a soft melody that cut through the chaos, wrapping around me like a cocoon. I saw the way her fingers trembled, like leaves caught in the wind, and I wanted to reach out, to shield her from the elements and her own uncertainty. But my feet felt glued to the ground, a stubborn anchor beneath the weight of the storm. Liam stepped closer, his brow furrowing deeper, his protective instincts kicking in. "We should go," he urged, a tinge of anxiety threading through his words. But something deep inside me rebelled. I was anchored to this moment, to her. "Wait," I said, the word spilling from my lips as if it were my last lifeline. "What's your name?" The rain drummed on, a relentless backdrop to our fragile connection. In her eyes, I saw flickers of hesitation, then a flicker of hope. "Emma," she replied, and the name hung in the air, a fragile thread binding us together. "Emma," I whispered, as though saying it aloud would solidify her presence in this storm of uncertainty. I could see the storm in her eyes, the fear, the longing, the tumult of emotions roiling beneath the surface. She looked away for a moment, her gaze lost in the shadows of the night, before turning back with a fierce determination that caught me by surprise. "I didn't expect to find anyone out here," she admitted, her voice trembling slightly. I thought I was alone." And there it was, the raw, aching truth. The weight of solitude that draped over both of us like a shroud. I felt it pulling at my heart, a resonance that echoed deep within. I wanted to reach out, to tell her she wasn't alone, to share the burden of our unspoken fears. But the moment was fragile, like glass, and I could see Liam shifting, his eyes darting around as if searching for an escape. The urgency was palpable, but within me, chaos battled against the bond that was forming, the possibility of something beautiful rising from the wreckage of our shared loneliness. "Liam, just give us a moment," I said, my voice sharper than I intended, breaking the tension. I felt the weight of his gaze, the unspoken question swirling around us. But I couldn't let him pull me away, not now. "Fine," he huffed, stepping back but still lingering close enough to keep an eye on me, ever the guardian. Emma and I stood there, suspended in time, the rain pouring down around us, a symphony of chaos that somehow spotlighted our fragile sanctuary. I could feel the pulse of the world around us, each heartbeat echoing in the depths of my chest, a wild rhythm intensifying the moment. "Why were you out here?" I asked, the question spilling out, desperate for connection. "What are you searching for?" She hesitated, the flicker of something deeper shadowing her expression. "I don't know," she confessed, her voice a quiet tremor. "Maybe I'm searching for someone to understand me." Those words struck like a lightning bolt, electrifying the space between us, a revelation that shimmered with unspoken possibilities. Understanding, a concept both simple and profound, a longing we all shared, yet so often remained unfulfilled. "I get it," I said, my heart racing as the world around us dimmed, our shared moment shining like a beacon. "I've been lost too." In the depths of the storm, hope flickered, a fragile flame igniting something fierce. The air between us thickened with tension, the storm fading into a mere whisper as we stood on the precipice of what could be. But it was then that a distant siren wailed, a sharp reminder that the outside world was still there, lurking, waiting, ready to disrupt this fragile connection we had forged. I looked at Emma, a silent question hanging in the air between us. Would we step back into the storm, or would we dare to linger a little longer in this moment we had carved out of chaos? As the rain continued to pour, mixing our fates with each drop, time held its breath, the universe poised on the brink, teasing the possibility of what lay ahead. The feeling was electric, a terrifying yet exhilarating leap into the unknown, and I knew whatever happened next would change everything. The first scream pierced the heavy air like a shard of glass, cutting through the night's suffocating silence. I jolted upright, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat. In that moment, the city felt alive and restless, shadows roiling with untold secrets. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye, watching as chaos unfolded beneath its gaze. Anna's face twisted in fear, her eyes wide and unblinking, as if she could see demons lurking just beyond the flickering streetlight. I could almost taste her terror, a bitter tang that clung to my tongue, sharp and metallic. "It's him!" "His back," she gasped, her voice a frantic whisper that clawed at the edges of my sanity. I wanted to comfort her, to brush away the dread clinging to the air like sticky cobwebs, but my own heart was a wild drum in my chest. I remember the stories, the ancient tales of Eros, the god of love, a name that once felt soft and sweet on my tongue. But now, it was a curse, a specter trailing behind us, weaving through our lives with a cruel grin. Eros was not just a god, he was a haunting, a force that twisted our desires into dark shapes, turning passion into ruin. I had felt his touch, cold and insidious, when love turned to obsession, when it spiraled into something monstrous. I remember the whispers, the laughter, the feeling of being alive, stretched taut between joy and madness. "Anna, stay close," I urged, my voice barely more than a breath. The street, once familiar, twisted beneath my feet. I could smell the remnants of autumn in the air, decaying leaves, damp earth, a perfume of endings. My fingers brushed against the rough stone wall, grounding me in a reality that felt increasingly tenuous. "Ronan," she said, her voice trembling, "what if he finds us? What if we can't escape?" The fear in her eyes mirrored my own. I remember how we used to laugh at the absurdity of legends, dismissing the tales of lovers driven mad by the god's capricious nature. But now, standing on the precipice of madness ourselves, I could see the truth lurking in the shadows. Love was never just sweetness, it was a double-edged sword. Suddenly, the air shifted as though the very fabric of reality had torn. There, in the flickering light, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness but undeniably regal, a haunting echo of beauty. My stomach dropped, it was as if the night itself had manifested, a seductive spectre with eyes that promised both pleasure and pain. "Eros," I breathed, the name a shackle around my heart. I wanted to look away, but I was drawn in, caught in the web of his gaze. Time felt suspended, stretched to the breaking point. I could hear the distant hum of the city, the heartbeat of a world oblivious to the terror unfolding in this moment. "Why do you hide, Anna?" he asked, his voice a silky caress that coiled around her like smoke. "Is it fear? Or something deeper? You crave love, yet you tremble at its touch." The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. I could feel Anna's resolve wavering, the fragile line between fear and desire blurring in the darkness. "Go away," she shouted, her defiance a spark in the encroaching shadows. But even as she spoke, I could see it in her eyes, curiosity mingling with dread, a siren's call pulling her closer. "Do not deny what you are," Eros whispered, stepping closer, an embodiment of seduction. "You are made of longing, Anna. The universe thrums with your desires." I stepped forward, a silent guardian, the protector of her trembling heart. "Leave her be." The words tore from my throat, raw and desperate. I could feel the energy crackling between us, an electric tension that hinted at unspoken truths. Eros turned to me, amusement dancing in his eyes. "And you, Ronan, the eternal bystander, afraid to love, afraid to lose. What a tragic existence." My heart raced. Was that what I was? A coward, too afraid to embrace the chaos of love, to let it consume me? I remembered the night spent in solitude, the ache of longing echoing in my chest. The laughter of friends felt distant, like a fading memory. "Love is madness," I shot back, my voice rising with fervor. "You twist it, warp it until it destroys everything in its path." His smile widened, a predator reveling in the hunt. "And yet you crave it. Even now, you stand on a precipice, afraid to leap into the abyss. What if I told you that true love is found only in surrender?" With each word, the air thickened, the shadows pulsing around us as though the city held its breath, waiting for a moment of revelation. I felt Anna's hand slip into mine, a lifeline tethering us together in the heart of the storm. "Don't listen to him," I urged, squeezing her fingers tightly. "He preys on vulnerability. He thrives in despair. But Eros merely laughed, a sound that echoed through the alleys, reverberating against the cobblestones as if the very city itself conspired with him. Every heart aches for connection, Ronan. You think you're saving her, but in your fear, you only bind her. Panic surged through me. Was I the villain in our own story? The thought clawed at me, unraveling the walls I had built around my heart. I looked at Anna, her eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions, love, fear, longing. Ronan, she whispered, her voice trembling. What if we could be free? The question hung between us, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of the night. My heart raced with the weight of her words. Could we dare to defy the god who had ensnared us, break the chains of our own making? I took a breath, steadying myself against the tide of uncertainty. We can be free, I said, conviction igniting within me. But not through him. Together, we can face the darkness. Eros's laughter echoed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. The shadows deepened, swirling around us, as if the universe itself held its breath, awaiting our next move. The world felt suspended, poised on the edge of an abyss. We were caught in Eros's web, but in that moment, something shifted. Hope flickered in our hearts, a tiny flame against the encroaching darkness. And as the night pressed in, every heartbeat echoed with a promise of defiance, of love, of fighting against the very god who sought to destroy us. A promise that even in the face of chaos, we would stand together, tethered by the raw, unyielding power of our emotions. I remember the moment clearly, the tension thick in the air, a prelude to a confrontation that would change everything. The city pulsed with energy, alive with the echoes of our fears and hopes. The dance of shadows and light continued, a haunting reminder that the story was far from over, and the mystery of Eros lingered, waiting to reveal its darkest secrets. The clock struck midnight with a bone-chilling chime, echoing through the empty hallways, each tick a heart-shattering in the stillness. Clara stood before the mirror, the glass reflecting her wide, haunted eyes, dark circles marking her sleepless nights. The air was thick with unspoken words, a tension clinging to her skin like a damp shroud. She could hear the whispers of her own thoughts, a cacophony of fears that spun around her like a cyclone, his face, the way he smiled, the way he disappeared. "Where are you, Daniel?" she whispered, the words slithering out of her mouth, heavy and aching. A soft rustle echoed from the shadows, and her breath hitched. She wasn't alone. In the corner of her room, a figure materialized, almost translucent in the gloom. Daniel's ghost was a silhouette of what had once been flesh and laughter, a figment of a love that had once burned so bright it blinded her. "I am here," he murmured, his voice a whisper of memories laced with longing and sorrow. "I am always here." Clara's heart raced, a wild drum echoing in her ears. "But you're gone." The admission tore at her, claws raking deep into her chest, leaving her gasping for air. "You left me, and I can't breathe without you." He stepped forward, the light flickering as if the universe itself hesitated, unsure whether to let him linger. "You think I chose this?" His voice was an arrow, sharp and piercing. "Every night, I return. Every night, I find you, and every night I fade again." The room closed in, walls pressing against her like a vice. Memory swirled, laughter in the park, the warmth of his hand in hers, and the way he would brush a strand of hair behind her ear. Was it cruel to dream of him? To let him dance through her thoughts like a wisp of smoke? She wanted to scream, to rage against the night that stole him away, but all that escaped her lips was a broken whisper. "Why can't you stay?" Daniel's gaze bore into her. "Because love is not enough. It never was." Her heart dropped, a stone in the abyss of despair. "What do you mean?" "We were everything. I felt you with me, even when the world pulled us apart." Each word felt like a desperate plea, a wild clutch at the remnants of what they had. "Love is a dream," he replied, his voice haunting, like the echo of a long-lost melody. "And dreams fade in the morning light. You can't hold on to what was." Tears streamed down Clara's cheeks, warm against the chill of the night air. "Then why do I keep dreaming of you? Why do I wake up screaming your name?" The room felt electric with the force of her anger, her grief, every pulse of emotion radiating off her like heat. "I am a ghost in your heart," Daniel replied softly, stepping closer, reaching toward her. "Every night, I'm drawn to you, but each morning, I am swept away. The cosmos holds our fate in its hands, and I am nothing but a star in your night sky, a fleeting light." Suddenly, a knock shattered the fragile silence, tearing Clara from her reverie, her heart racing like a wild stallion. It was Alex, her brother, the one she had pushed away. "Clara? Are you okay?" His voice was laced with concern, a lifeline in this overwhelming abyss. "Go away," she shouted, the words bursting from her in a wave of raw emotion. She turned back to Daniel, but he was gone, leaving a hollow ache in the air. She felt the weight of her solitude settle in again, a cold blanket wrapped tightly around her. "Clara, please. Let me in." His voice was desperate, and with it, a sliver of guilt pierced her heart. She had wanted to be alone, to drown in the memory of a love that felt like a dream. But now she remembered Alex's unwavering presence, how he had stood beside her, even when she had pushed him away. She had been drowning in her grief, but he had been fighting to keep them both afloat. The seconds stretched like an eternity, and with a shaky breath, she opened the door. He stood there, eyes wide with worry, taking in her tear-streaked face. "What happened?" he asked, voice trembling with uncertainty. "I heard you screaming." Clara wanted to tell him about Daniel, about the love that haunted her, but the words lodged in her throat. Instead, she collapsed into his arms, her body shaking with sobs. "I can't do this, Alex. I can't let him go." "Then don't," he murmured into her hair, a steady anchor in her storm. "But you have to let me help you." The room felt like it was closing in again, darkness creeping back at the edges. Clara could feel Daniel's presence lingering, a whisper in the shadows, but it was Alex's warmth that grounded her. She pulled back, meeting her brother's gaze. "What if I'm haunted forever?" His expression softened, a mixture of pity and understanding. "Then we'll haunt together. But you can't give up, you can't let the shadows swallow you whole." She nodded, the fight returning to her spirit, but the ache in her chest remained, a ghost of its own. They stood together in the dark, two souls bound by love and loss, waiting for dawn to break through the shadows. And as they faced the night, Clara understood that love, in all its forms, could be a haunting melody, one that lingered, echoing through the corridors of their hearts, refusing to fade completely. Time slipped away, but the night remained, an eternal dance of longing and connection, a dream that wouldn't let go. The wind howled like a banshee, a chilling whisper riding through the empty streets, rattling the shutters of abandoned homes. The moon hung in the sky, an unblinking eye, its silver light spilling secrets onto cobblestones slick with rain. There, in that eerie illumination, Psyche crouched, the night's shadows clinging to her like a second skin. Her heart drummed like a frantic bird trying to escape a cage, each thud a reminder of the question that burned inside her: what happens if I look? In that moment, she was not just a girl, she was a vessel of trembling hope and profound dread. The air tasted of iron, a sharp reminder of the ghosts who lingered, unseen but palpably close, echoing the fears she grappled with. She could almost hear them whispering, "Don't ask. Don't look." But curiosity is a relentless beast, gnawing at the edges of sanity, and Psyche's mind was a labyrinth of thoughts spiraling into madness. Behind her, Allure stood, a spectre of resolve, the weight of the world pressed against her sternum. She could feel the tremors radiating from Psyche, could sense the tumult that threatened to drown them both. "Psyche, please. We don't need to know. It's safer this way," she urged, her voice jagged with tension, a fragile thread in a storm. But Psyche turned slightly, her eyes glinting with a fierce intensity that danced dangerously close to recklessness. "The only thing I want to know is the truth," Psyche replied, her voice low, a dangerous lullaby. What could be worse than living in fear? Allure's breath hitched, and for a fleeting moment, she saw the darkness in Psyche's eyes, a void that promised chaos. She was the anchor, the voice of reason, but in that gaze, she found herself teetering on the edge of a cliff, questioning whether she was the one holding Psyche back or driving her closer to the edge. "You think the truth will set you free?" It could shatter everything, she whispered, a shudder crawling up her spine. And then there was Kale, lurking in the distance, the ghost of a man caught between shadows and the dim glow of flickering lanterns. His heart was a fortress, guarded by walls built from past betrayals, each stone heavy with regret. He had loved Psyche once, deeply, but love had morphed into something thorny, entangled in the vines of longing and fear. "Don't go down that path," he warned, stepping closer, his voice steady but raw. Psyche felt the weight of his gaze, a mix of concern and something darker that ignited her defiance. "You say that like you know what lies ahead. What's worse than the life we live?" Kale hesitated, breathless. The truth clawed at him, a wild animal desperate to escape. "You think you want to know? You're wrong. What if it's too much? What if it eats you alive?" The words hung in the air, heavy and pregnant with implications. Psyche's resolve wavered, but the pull of the unknown was intoxicating, an alluring siren song that wrapped around her heart, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. She recalled the stories, the ones her mother told, of ancient curses and the fates that befell those who dared to seek the unseemly truths hidden in the dark recesses of the world. She thought of the city, its layers of history and sorrow woven into its very bricks, a testament to curiosity's insatiable hunger and the tragedies it could birth. I remember when the world felt big and unbreakable," she murmured, lost in the memories that flitted like moths around a flame. "Every night, I would lay in bed, wondering what was beyond the stars, believing there was something waiting for me, something magical." "But this isn't magic, Psyche," Elara interjected, her voice trembling. "It's a black hole. You're staring into the abyss." And yet, with each heartbeat, Psyche felt the void beckoning, the darkness a familiar friend she couldn't resist. The shadows danced, flickering in and out of reality, teasing her senses. They whispered promises, dangling the lure of forbidden knowledge just beyond her reach. What if, she started, and the world around her fell silent, as if the universe itself were holding its breath, waiting for her to finish? What if what? Kale pressed, desperate to diffuse the tension crackling in the air, a live wire ready to spark. What if you find out something that destroys us all? Or what if I find the key to everything? Psyche shot back, her spirit fierce, unyielding. What if my curiosity leads to something more, something that can change us? Behind her words lay a tremor of desperation. She was on the edge, caught in a tempest of emotions, fear, hope, despair, all swirling into a storm within her. "I can't keep living like this, shackled by the unknown," she admitted, her voice cracking. Elara stepped closer, nudging Psyche's shoulder, the warmth of their friendship a balm to the chaos. "And I can't stand by and watch you fall into darkness. We can face the unknown, together, whatever it may be." But Psyche's gaze was locked on the horizon, where shadows loomed larger, and her heart thundered with the weight of her choice. The stars above twinkled like mocking eyes, and the moon's glow intensified, illuminating the path toward her dangerous question. "I'm going to look," she whispered, the words spilling from her lips like a sacrilege. And the ground beneath them trembled, a portent of the chaos to come, as the night held its breath, pregnant with the promise of revelation, a dangerous question about to be asked, a truth that threatened to unravel the fragile fabric of their lives. In that moment of charged silence, everything shifted. The air electric, fear mingling with hope, Psyche stepped forward, ready to confront whatever awaited her beyond the veil. Kale and Elara watched, hearts pounding, knowing that whatever lay ahead would change them forever. The moon bore witness, and the wind howled louder, a chorus of uncertainty as Psyche's curiosity ignited the darkness around them, a treacherous spark that could either illuminate their path or consume them whole. The moon hung low, a sickly yellow orb draped in dark clouds, casting twisted shadows across the cobblestone streets of a village that had long since forgotten joy. They called it a town, but it felt like a graveyard, where laughter had been buried under the weight of despair. No sound pierced the stifling silence, except for the distant echo of a child's laughter, a haunting reminder of innocence that slipped through the cracks of the earth, like grains of sand shattering an hourglass. I remember the chill, the way it crawled up my spine, prickling my skin, bringing with it the unmistakable scent of betrayal. I stood in the middle of that empty square, my heart pounding against my ribcage, a drumbeat of impending doom. My breath hitched as I spotted her, my daughter, Livia, standing far too still at the edge of the village, her curls wild like flames licking the night sky. The flicker of a candle danced in her hands, illuminating her face with an eerie glow. It was a ritual of sorts, one she had always found comfort in, but tonight, it felt wrong, tainted by something I couldn't yet see. Livia! The name clawed its way out of my throat, filled with a mix of fear and desperation. She turned, and in her eyes, I saw a reflection of my own torment. A crack in the armor of her childhood, an echo of her father's absence, his love turned to ash in the wind. Come back to me. She didn't move. The air between us thickened, a stretch of unspoken words spiraling like smoke. I wanted to reach out, to wrap my arms around her and shield her from whatever darkness loomed beyond, but the very ground I stood on felt as if it was being pulled from beneath my feet. I could feel the weight of the cosmos press down on me, an endless night where hope and despair collided. Then I saw him. Marcus, my husband, my once beloved, now only a shadow of the man I knew. He emerged from the dark, eyes glinting with a madness I barely recognized, a storm brewing beneath his skin. What have you done? He growled, an accusation laced with pain, his voice a blade slicing through the stillness. I'm trying to save her. I shouted back, but the words hung in the air, feeble and impotent, drowned out by the deafening silence of our broken lives. Oh, save her. Marcus laughed, but it was a hollow sound, void of warmth. Is that what you call this? You think this is a game? His hands clenched into fists, trembling with barely contained rage. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that morphed into grotesque shapes and forms, the ghosts of our past, of lost dreams and shattered promises. Livia took a step back, her small frame trembling, caught between the clashing waves of her parents' chaos. Mommy, please, she whispered, the tremor in her voice slicing through me like ice. The innocence in her plea struck a raw nerve, and suddenly, I was drowning in my own memories, flashes of laughter, of bedtime stories, of a time when love reigned and hope didn't feel like a foreign word. I remember, I said, my voice breaking, the day you were born. The way you filled every empty space in my heart, how you made the world seem alive again. Tears blurred my vision, spilling over like the dam that had held my grief at bay for too long. But this? This isn't living, this is surviving. I looked at Marcus, and all I saw was a man consumed by fury, a tempest brewing within his soul. You brought this upon us, I accused, the weight of our shared history pressing down, suffocating, and yet, I couldn't let it crush me. I had to fight. For Livia. Is this about love? He barked, bitterness dripping from every syllable. Or is it about control? He stepped closer, invading the space I had carved out for myself, where I thought I could shield my daughter from the truth that love sometimes birthed destruction. The candle in Livia's hands flickered dangerously, casting a spell of unease, illuminating the tension coiling in the air. I'm not afraid, she said, her voice a fragile whisper, yet it rang with a conviction that shook me to my core. I can face it. No. I shouted, the panic clawing at my insides. You shouldn't have to face anything, not yet. But as those words escaped my lips, the silence shattered around us. Shadows shifted, and a chilling gust of wind swept through, carrying whispers from the past, echoes of a love that had once burned bright but now flickered like dying embers. I could hear the cries of the townsfolk, the stories of betrayal woven into the very fabric of the night. Love can be a weapon, Marcus said, his tone low and dangerous. You wield it like a sword. I don't want to wield anything. I spat, frustration boiling over, the truth raw on my tongue. I want to hold her, to protect her from you, from me. His laughter was a jagged shard of glass, cutting deep. Look at yourself. You're the one who's lost. I felt the weight of his words strike me down, an anchor dragging me into the depths of despair. But Livia, my precious Livia, stepped forward, her small hand reaching out toward the candle, where the flame flickered brightly against the encroaching darkness. No more fighting, she said, her voice steady, a beacon in the storm. We can all be together again. And in that moment, the world held its breath. Time suspended, stretched thin, as if the universe itself was listening, waiting for our next move, a cosmic dance of despair and hope. The moon above continued its silent watch, casting a knowing glance upon our twisted lives. Enough, I breathed, feeling the strength of my daughter's resolve seep into my veins. Love shouldn't command wrath. It should heal. I stepped toward the darkness that engulfed us, my heart pounding a wild rhythm, but now it felt like a declaration, a promise rather than a cry of fear. I would fight not just for Livia, but for the love that had been buried deep beneath layers of anger and resentment. Together, I said, my resolve hardening like steel. We will reclaim what is ours. And in that moment, as the shadows seemed to recoil, I felt the pull of something greater than myself, a command from a goddess long forgotten, a call to reshape our destiny. I turned to Marcus, our eyes locking, a silent understanding sparking between us, raw and unfiltered. Together, I whispered again, the word reverberating through the night, carving a path through the chaos. The flickering flame danced in response, a flicker of hope igniting the darkness. And then, just like that, everything changed. The air crackled with energy, and the night unfurled before us, promising both peril and redemption, a reminder that love, even in its darkest forms, held the power to conquer the abyss. The wind howled like an angry spectre, rattling the windows of Psyche's small chamber, each gust a reminder that the world outside was as chaotic as the tempest within her. She clutched the delicate lantern, its flickering flame casting dancing shadows that twisted along the stone walls, whispering secrets of ancient fears and forgotten dreams. Her heart raced, each thump echoing the threat of the storm, a pulse of pure adrenaline that urged her to move, to act. I remember when I thought I was brave enough to face the unknown, she murmured, her breath fragile against the chill. The memory, a ghost of laughter, flitted through her mind, dim as the dying light. But bravery was a mask, wasn't it? Beneath, there lay a trembling child, wide-eyed and desperate, clawing against the edges of her curiosity. In that moment, beneath the flickering glow, she was both the hunter and the hunted, a paradox wrapped in silk and shadows. Across the room, Aelron paced like a caged beast, his hands balled into fists, muscles taut and restless. You don't understand, Psyche. If you open that door, his voice broke, laced with a terror that was infectious. It could be the end of everything. She swallowed hard, the air thick with tension. But what if it's not? She took a step closer, the lantern's glow illuminating the turmoil in his eyes, dark pools of fear that begged her to reconsider. What if it leads to something beautiful? Beauty is a lie, a poison, he spat, anger flickering like the dying flame. It blinded us once, and it can do so again. The storm outside roared in agreement, each clap of thunder pounding like a war drum, underscoring his words. You think I don't know pain? Psyche shot back, her voice fierce but trembling. I've tasted it, bathed in it, watched it gnaw at the edges of my heart. But I refuse to let it be the only thing I know. As if on cue, the lantern flickered violently, casting monstrous shapes on the walls, evoking memories of the dark, those moments when she lay awake, haunted by whispers of the past, where shadows danced and the clock ticked louder than her heartbeat. Your curiosity is a curse. Alaron's voice trembled with desperation. You seek the forbidden light, but there's a reason it's hidden. There's a reason it's forbidden. Psyche's breath hitched, the weight of his words settling like a stone in her stomach. Would she lose herself? Would she drown in the very light she sought? But the truth was that she was already drowning, lost in the suffocating darkness of a life unlived. I remember the stories, she said softly, her voice a fragile thread woven into the fabric of doubt. The tales of those who dared to seek the light. They didn't perish, they transcended. Outside, a bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the world for a fleeting moment, a kaleidoscope of colors, vibrant and terrifying. Psyche's resolve hardened. She would not allow fear to dictate her fate. Are you with me, Aelron? She placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him, hoping to reignite that flicker of bravery she knew lay within him. We can face this together. His eyes flickered, wavering between fear and an unquenchable longing for connection. Together, he whispered, but the word tasted like ash, burned by the weight of uncertainty. Together, she repeated, fierce and determined. We can find out what lies beyond, that place where shadows don't linger, where light doesn't blind. In that moment, the air crackled, electric, charged with possibility, brimming with the weight of their shared fear and hope. Psyche! A voice pierced through the chaos, sharp and urgent. It was Allure's sister, Callista, her pale face framed by the door, the wind billowing behind her like a spectre escaping the night. You can't! You don't know what's waiting. Psyche's heart plummeted. Callista had always been the voice of caution, the tether to sanity. But Psyche could see the glint of something else in her sister's eyes, fear, yes, but also an unfulfilled yearning. I know what's waiting, Psyche replied, raw determination threading through every word. Nothing but the truth. And I would rather face that than cower in the dark. Truth! Callista's laughter was brittle, shattering the tension like glass. You think the truth cares about you? It will consume you, devour you whole. I want to be consumed. Psyche cried, her voice breaking, the storm echoing her turmoil. I want to feel it all. The fear, the beauty, the light and the dark. I want to live. In that moment of raw honesty, time stilled, the world outside fading into a haunting silence, as if even the storm had paused to listen. Allure stepped forward, the weight of his fear palpable, a battle raging within him, caught between loyalty and the pull of the forbidden. We can't let it take you, Psyche. Not again. The raw emotion dripped from his words, like rain on parched earth. But Psyche was unrelenting. You both don't see. It's not about letting go. It's about letting in. As she turned toward the door, the lantern flickered violently, casting wild shadows, as if the house itself was pleading with her to stay. With one hand on the doorknob, she paused, feeling the pulse of the universe around her, a heartbeat synced with her own, a promise, a challenge. I remember, she whispered, the weight of unshed tears behind her eyes. I remember when I thought the darkness could consume me. But it can't. Not if I choose to step into the light. And with that, she opened the door to the storm, a wild tempest of uncertainty and wonder, ready to face whatever lay beyond, her heart racing, her soul ignited, caught in the thrilling embrace of the unknown. The wind screamed its protest, the shadows twisted and churned, and with each step, she knew that all of life's beauty, its pain, and its truth awaited her, shimmering just beyond the threshold of the forbidden light. The air hung thick with unspoken words, a desperate silence filling the room like a dense fog, wrapping around the three of us. I could hear my heart pounding, each beat a hammer striking against the fragile walls of trust that had been built, brick by brick, over years of laughter, tears, and shared dreams. Yet now, it felt as if someone had taken a sledgehammer to it, shattering everything into jagged pieces. Eros stood at the edge of the dimly lit living room, his silhouette swallowed by shadows, his face a mask of anguish. The flickering light from a dying bulb cast his features in sharp relief, eyes wide, voice strained, the weight of betrayal etched deep in the lines of his brow. You don't understand, he muttered, half to himself, half to us, every word dripping with desperation. You don't understand how it feels to be torn apart by the very people you trust. Across the room, Clara shifted, her stance defensive, arms crossed tightly over her chest as if trying to shield herself from the onslaught of emotion swirling around us like a maelstrom. Eros, please, you're not thinking clearly. You can't just, her voice cracked, a feeble attempt to grab hold of reason in this chaotic storm. But reason was a distant memory. I watched them, my breath hitching in my throat, torn between the desire to intervene and the need to observe. The tension was a living thing, coiling tighter with every word, every glance, a serpent ready to strike. I trusted you. Eros's voice rose, raw and trembling, echoing against the walls. Both of you. I thought we were a family, a unit. But this is betrayal. The accusation hung in the air, thick and suffocating, a noose tightening around our necks. Betrayal! The word reverberated within me, a haunting echo of my own unconfessed sins. I felt my pulse quickening, a stark reminder of my own complicity in this fractured triad. Memories slipped through my mind like grains of sand, moments of laughter, stolen glances, secrets shared under the cloak of midnight. Each recollection a dagger, each joy now twisted into agony. Clara's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the delicate facade of strength beginning to crumble. Eros, it was a mistake. I never meant to, she began, but her words dissolved into a choked sob that pierced through the tension like a blade. Never meant to what? Eros interrupted, the edge of his voice slicing through the air. Never meant to betray me? Or never meant to fall in love? Because it feels like you chose him. You chose him over everything. A gasp escaped Clara's lips, and I felt the world tilt beneath my feet. I was standing on a precipice, the ground crumbling away, the abyss waiting below. I craved clarity, but in this moment, clarity felt like a distant star, lost in the vastness of night. I remember, I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. I remember when we were inseparable. The three of us against the world, dreams woven in the fabric of our youth. My words hung there, a fragile thread tethering us to a past that felt like a ghost haunting our present. Eros's gaze pierced through me, searching for the truth, the answer he desperately needed. What happened to us? He asked, his voice trembling. What happened to that trust? That love? The question was a knife, sharp, unyielding, and it cut deep. I felt the blood rush to my cheeks, the shame washing over me like a cold tide. It wasn't just Clara's betrayal that stung, it was my own silence, my own complicity in this tragic affair. Clara stepped forward, her hands trembling as they reached for Eros, desperation etching her features. I wanted to tell you. I tried. But every time I opened my mouth, I was paralyzed by fear. Fear of losing you both. I never wanted to hurt you. The desperation in her eyes was a flickering candle in the storm, illuminating the darkness that engulfed us. But Eros recoiled, the distance between them a chasm that felt insurmountable. You've already hurt me, he whispered, each word a dagger to her heart, and I could feel the air crackle between them, charged with the anguish of a love now twisted and broken. I wanted to scream, to shake them both and force them to see what stood in front of them, lives intertwined, history forged in fire and laughter, now reduced to ashes. Yet I felt paralyzed, the weight of my own guilt anchoring me in place. I was a ghost in my own life, watching two souls collide and fracture while I clung to the shadows. Time slipped away like grains of sand, the clock on the wall ticking away the moments of our despair. Each tick echoed in my ears, a reminder that nothing could stay the same. You have to decide, I said finally, my voice cracked and raw. You have to decide if you can rebuild what was lost, or if it's time to walk away. Eros's eyes locked onto mine, a tempest brewing within their depths. And what if I choose to walk away? The question hung heavy, a metaphorical knife poised to sever the last threads that bound us together. Clara's breath caught in her throat, the fear of losing him evident in the way she swayed, her vulnerability laid bare like an open wound. Please, don't. We can fix this, but Eros shook his head, the intensity of his gaze shifting like thunder rolling over the horizon. Sometimes, love isn't enough. Sometimes, the trust is too broken. And in that moment, the words hung in the air, a heavy fog settling over us, whispering of doom, of loss, of love unreturned. I felt my heart shatter into a million pieces, each fragment a memory, a hope, a dream. The silence crept in again, a suffocating blanket, tightening around our throats. As I stood there, the three of us caught in this wretched tableau, I realized the truth. We were lost among the shadows of unfulfilled promises, grasping at ghosts of what had been, and what could never be again. The weight of anguish hung heavily in the air, pulsating like a living entity, trapping us in a cycle of despair, an endless loop of heartbreak and yearning. The clock ticked on, and we remained suspended in that moment, the broken trust leaving us all in anguish. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a funeral bell across the hollow expanse of an empty room. Shadows flickered in the corners, demons born from the creaking floorboards and the fading light. Psyche stood at the threshold, her heart a fragile bird trapped in a cage of bone. The air was thick with despair, a palpable weight that pressed down upon her chest, suffocating the last vestiges of hope. She remembered how love once swirled around her, vibrant and alive, like a dance of fireflies on a summer night. But now, it was nothing but an echo, a haunting whisper that taunted her as she reached blindly for it, only to find cold emptiness. Across the room, Eros lingered, his figure silhouetted against the moonlight that spilled through the window like spilled ink. He was both an angel and a ghost, a memory wrapped in longing and regret. Once, his touch had ignited her soul, but now it seared like a brand, a reminder of what she had lost. "You promised," she said, her voice trembling, a fragile thread woven into the darkness. "You promised you would come back." The silence that followed was deafening, it screamed louder than any words could. Eros turned, his expression a storm of turmoil and guilt. "I thought it was for the best," he murmured, but his voice cracked like shattered glass, exposing the raw wound beneath. He was flawed, a creature of duality, light and shadow intertwined in his very essence. And in that moment, he was both her savior and her executioner. "I remember when love tasted like honey," Psyche whispered, clenching her fists as memory surged like a tidal wave. The sweetness, the warmth, those fleeting moments wrapped in laughter and stolen kisses. A time when they chased each other through fields, their laughter echoing amongst the daisies. "I remember," she pressed on, desperation clawing at her throat, "the way you held me beneath the stars, the way you made me feel alive." Eros stepped closer, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I never wanted to hurt you," he said, but his words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled promises. "I thought I could protect you, protect us. Protect us." Psyche scoffed, bitterness coating her words like poison. "You think abandoning me is protection?" Each syllable sliced through the air, a dagger of truth. "You left me to wander in the shadows, to drown in doubt while you chased your own demons." The room trembled with tension, a fragile glass on the brink of shattering. They stood in a cyclone of memories, each heartbeat echoing the pain of what was and what could have been. Eros reached out, his hand trembling, but she flinched back as if his touch was a curse. He was poised between heaven and hell, a boy caught in the tempest of his own making. "Psyche, you don't understand," he pleaded, his voice raw and desperate, a tightrope stretched too far. "There are forces out there, gods who would tear us apart." You thought," she interrupted, her voice rising like a tempest. "You thought that running away would keep me safe? You thought that leaving me here, alone in this desolate silence, would protect my heart?" The words fell like stones, heavy and unyielding. In her mind, she pictured the landscape of her heart, a once flourishing garden now wilting and cracked. What had once been bright and vibrant was now a graveyard of dreams, haunted by the specters of what if, and if only. "I was afraid," Eros confessed, the vulnerability in his voice cracking the dam of her resolve. "Afraid of losing you to the very darkness I carry within me. I thought you would be better off without me." Better off. Psyche's laughter was a bitter echo, a shattered glass against the cold floor. "You robbed me of my choice. You took my love and buried it in the dust, thinking it was an act of kindness." A tremor ran through the room, an electric current of grief and anger that charged the air around them. They were two souls, caught in a tempest, spiraling toward a crash that felt inevitable. "I remember the night you left," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper, each word carefully wrapped in the fragile cloth of memory. "How the stars dimmed, how the world seemed to hold its breath as you walked away. I clung to the hope that you'd return, that this was just a nightmare from which I would awake. But you never did." Eros's face crumpled, the weight of her words crushing him. "I never wanted to be the villain in your story," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "But the gods... They don't speak of gods." Psyche shouted, her voice splintering the darkness. "They are the very reason we are here, lost and broken. You are my love, they are mere shadows." In that moment, the air crackled with fierce intensity, a raw power surging through their connection, binding them together in this web of despair. She could see the glimmer of his affection, the flicker of desire, but it was all marred by the heavy cloak of regret. As the clock ticked on, she felt the universe contracting around them, a small, endless void that swallowed hope. "I can't bear this," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper, a fragile plea. "Then let it go," Eros urged, desperation creeping into his tone, urging her to release the grip of the past like a clenched fist opening against the cold wind, like petals unfurling in the dawn. But she hesitated, caught in the throes of love and loss, of longing and despair. "You don't understand," she breathed, her heart racing. "This is not just about us. It's everything, the dreams, the promises, the life I thought we could share." Their eyes locked, and in that moment, they were not two souls adrift in a storm, but something more profound, an echo of fate, a glimpse of the cosmos colliding. They were both terrified and exhilarated, lovers suspended in the balance between the precipice of despair and the flickering ember of hope. "Then fight for it," Eros implored, his voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thread that danced between them. Fear, regret, and longing swirled like a tempest, threatening to pull them apart or bind them together. And as the clock continued to tick, the shadows deepened, and the air thickened with unspoken words. The tension between them crackled like lightning, a promise of something either beautiful or unbearable, teetering on the edge of destruction, or perhaps, rebirth. The air was heavy with the scent of desperation, a sickly sweetness that clung to the back of Psyche's throat. Shadows danced across the crumbling walls of the ancient temple, flickering like the heartbeat of the world outside. It echoed the terror reverberating in her chest, her heart, a captive bird, desperate to break free. She pressed her hand against the cold stone, seeking solace in its unforgiving chill. Her breath came in shallow gasps, the urgency of her mission tightening around her throat like a noose. "I remember the night he disappeared," she whispered to the darkness, as if it might give her answers. "I remember the way his laughter filled the air, careless and buoyant, like a moth drawn to the flame of love. But that night, the flame flickered, and shadows swallowed him whole. And there it was, the gaping chasm of loss. Eros, the god of desire, her heart's only compass, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void so immense it felt like losing the sun itself. With every passing moment, the world outside continued its relentless march, indifferent to the shattering of her soul. Psyche's knees buckled beneath her, the weight of her sorrow anchoring her to the ground. But she couldn't kneel forever. She couldn't let the shadows win. Not now, not when there was still hope, even if it flickered like a dying ember, threatening to be snuffed out by the wind's cruel breath. "I will find you," she vowed, her voice a trembling flame in the silence. In the distance, the haunting wail of her sister, Allure, echoed through the night, a lament so raw it pierced the heart. Allure, with her fierce determination cloaked in armor fashioned from fear and vulnerability, had been her anchor. "You can't save him, Psyche. You can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved." Her words were knives, sharp and unwavering, slicing through the fabric of Psyche's resolve. But Psyche knew better. "He needs me," she whispered, cradling the thought like a fragile bird. "If I don't go, who will?" The moon hung high, a pale eye watching in judgment, and the shadows whispered secrets she couldn't yet decipher. Each step was a struggle, a battle against the gnawing dread that gripped her heart. She forged ahead, driven by a love so fierce it bordered on madness, a love that made her reckless in its pursuit. And as Psyche ventured into the abyss, she could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down, reminding her of the stakes. She could almost hear Eros's laughter echoing in her mind, a distant melody that intertwined with her fears. What if he was gone forever? What if his spirit lingered in the shadows, a ghost trapped between realms? No, she breathed, her anger flaring like a wildfire, consuming doubt. "I will not let this be his end." And then there was Lucius, a wanderer cloaked in uncertainty, his heart a patchwork of scars and dreams. He stood at the edge of her path, eyes wide with concern, and something else, something darker. The weight of his own demons hung over him like a storm cloud, threatening to unleash chaos at any moment. "You're chasing a ghost, Psyche," he cautioned, his voice a low rumble, filled with the gravity of his own losses. "Perhaps," she replied, fury igniting in her chest, "but I'd rather chase a ghost than live in this hell." The tension crackled between them, an electric current that pulsed with unspoken truths. He was drawn to her, but fear held him back, shackling his spirit with invisible chains. "You have to let go," he murmured, though his eyes betrayed a longing to be pulled into the tempest of her conviction. "Let go." She laughed, a harsh sound that reverberated against the stone walls. "You don't understand." Love is not a choice, Lucius. It's a force of nature. Their argument hung in the air, thick and suffocating, and Psyche turned away, unable to bear the weight of reality. As she stepped deeper into the darkness, she felt the shadows wrap around her like a lover's embrace, tender yet suffocating, whispering promises laced with danger. I remember the last time we were together, she thought, her heart clenching at the memory. The way his fingers brushed against hers, the warmth that radiated from his skin. The way he looked at her, as if she were the universe itself, infinite and full of promise. With every step, she could feel the thread of their connection pulling taut, and she was desperate to follow it, to unravel its mysteries. The walls began to close in, the echoes of her past reverberating like a haunting symphony. Time stretched and warped, each second a reminder of her urgency, each shadow a reminder of the price of love. In the heart of the darkness, she would confront her fears, her heartache, everything that had been stolen from her. Would she find Eros? Or would she find herself entangled in the very shadows she sought to escape? The uncertainty gnawed at her, but the fire of determination roared louder, propelling her forward. Eros, she cried into the void, her voice a trembling echo, I will find you. And within that declaration, she felt the universe shift, a subtle, crackling energy that whispered of hope and despair, of love and longing, of the fragile line that separated them all. The night was alive with unseen forces, time blurring around her, and Psyche pressed on. The air crackled, electric with possibility, and the hunt began. As she plunged deeper into the abyss, she could feel the cusp of a confrontation rising, a storm on the horizon. The search for Eros was not merely a quest for love, it was a dance with the unknown, a reckoning with the shadows within. And Psyche, burning with the intensity of her love, would not rest until the final note of this haunting melody was played. The night was heavy with unspoken words, a thick fog wrapping around the moon like a shroud, its pale light barely piercing the darkness. I could feel the chill seep into my bones, a reminder that love is often a battlefield, bruised and bleeding. The air crackled with tension. I stood in the clearing, heart racing, breath catching in my throat, as shadows danced mockingly around me. I remember the moment vividly, the way his eyes flickered with a mix of fear and defiance. Eros, a god carved from passion and pain, was standing there, trembling yet resolute, as if he were a storm waiting to break. Why must love come wrapped in chains? He murmured, the words like a whispered prayer, desperate yet doomed. The sorrow in his voice echoed through the trees, twisting around me, wrapping tighter with each heartbeat. I could see the weight of his struggles, the flickering flame of his heart flickering in the face of looming despair. Eros had always believed love was a sweet nectar, but tonight, it felt more like poison, a venom that pulsed through our veins, threatening to rip us apart. I glanced at Psyche, standing just beyond him, her silhouette a haunting reminder of our tangled fates. She was the one I loved, the one who had captured my soul. Yet tonight, her essence felt distant, like a dream slipping through my fingers as I reached out in vain. Fear braided tightly with longing, clouding my thoughts. I remember her eyes, deep wells of vulnerability, glistening with unshed tears. What had we done to deserve this torment? Psyche, I called, my voice barely breaking the silence. The moment felt suspended in time, as if the universe held its breath. She turned, and I could see the flicker of recognition, the flicker of hope struggling against despair. But then, just as quickly, it faded, leaving behind a haunting emptiness that gnawed at my core. Eros, she whispered, the name slipping like a secret into the night. I can't bear this. Not anymore. The words felt like daggers, each syllable cutting deeper than the last. I wanted to scream, to grasp her hand and pull her back from the edge of despair. But what could I offer? Nothing but shattered dreams and a heart full of fear. I remember the trials we faced, each challenge a puzzle piece that seemed to fit perfectly into the chaos of our lives. The jealous rivals, the lies, the sacrifices, they clawed at us relentlessly, leaving scars that pulsed like living things. I watched Psyche wrestle with her demons, feeling her pain like a physical blow. You'll never be enough, they taunted her, wrapping their icy fingers around her heart. And I stood there, helpless, as she crumbled beneath the weight of it all. Love shouldn't feel this way, Eros said, his frustration bubbling over into anger. It should lift you, not drown you. his fists clenched, knuckles white as he fought against the tide of despair. But I could see it, his own fears swirling beneath the surface. Even gods could feel small against the vastness of love's demands. The burden of his immortality felt heavier than any mortal wound, and I wished I could take it from him, if only to see him smile again. Then what do we do? Psyche's voice trembled, trembling like a leaf caught in a violent wind. What do we do when love becomes a prison? It was a question that hung in the air, as poignant as a death knell. She looked between us, her heart split in two, and I felt the sharp sting of helplessness slice through me. I stepped forward, my own heart trembling. We fight, I said, forcing each word through the lump in my throat. We fight for each other, even when it feels impossible. Could we? The question hung in the air, a fragile thread dangling over an abyss. Fight. Eros echoed, bitterness seeping into his tone. And what if fighting means tearing each other apart? His words were sharp, cutting through the tension like a blade. I could see the storm brewing inside him, the tempest of love and rage battling for dominance. The kind of storm that could destroy everything in its path if left unchecked. We will take the trials together, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Each challenge, each torment, we will face as one. I remembered the laughter we had shared, the moments that felt like pure magic, how love had once felt like sunlight warming our skin, how it had once made us feel invincible. But darkness had crept in, wrapping its fingers around our hearts. I could see it reflected in Psyche's eyes, the way the light flickered, how hope danced just out of reach. And what if we fail? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. What if the trials consume us? I reached out, my fingers brushing against hers, my only hope, my only tether to sanity in this storm of despair. Then we fail together, I said, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. But we will never stop fighting. The tension cracked like glass, the silence stretching until it felt as if the universe itself was waiting, holding its breath, teetering on the edge of an abyss. I could feel the urgency of the moment, galloping forward like a wild horse, unstoppable. And as I stood there, the cold night air swirling around us, I realized maybe love was not about the victories we claimed. Maybe it was about the struggles we shared, the battles fought side by side, even when the odds felt insurmountable. As darkness loomed, I caught a glimpse of Psyche's smile, fragile yet defiant, and I knew this was only the beginning. The trials were relentless, and yet somehow, despite the impending storm, we would rise from the depths, reborn in the flames of love that refused to be extinguished. The night was still young, the fight was far from over, and I could feel the thrill of the challenge coursing through my veins. We would face it all together, this was not an ending. It was merely the start of a battle that would echo through the ages, a symphony of chaos and love that had yet to reveal its final notes. And as I reached out to Psyche, the world felt impossibly vast, and yet, in that moment, all that existed was us, tangled in a web of dreams, shadows, and love that dared to defy the darkness. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of damp earth and an undercurrent of decay. Shadows lurked, ominous and gripping, twisting like the gnarled roots of the trees that stood like sentinels in a forgotten realm. I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my ears, a primal drum that echoed the dread coiling in my stomach. Something was waiting. A voice, a presence, a reckoning. "Don't look back," whispered a tremor of fear from beside me. It was Lila, her eyes wide and glistening, reflecting a fear I'd never seen before, as if she was staring into the abyss and it was staring right back. The tendrils of darkness seemed to pull at us, hungry. "I can't help it," I replied, my voice barely a whisper. The shadows breathed, and I was suffocating. What if we're too late? They say the underworld is just a metaphor, an abstract representation of grief, perhaps. But I felt it here. I felt the weight of despair, the stench of lost souls. A chill ran down my spine, a ghostly hand grazing my shoulder, and I shivered. The stories had painted it as monstrous, yet here it was, achingly beautiful in its sorrow. Broken and jagged, yet woven into something that felt almost comforting? I didn't understand how that could be. Persephone, Lila murmured, the name slipping from her tongue like a prayer. Do you think she remembers? Remembers what? I asked, though I knew. I remembered the laughter of summer, the golden fields bathed in sunlight, the warmth of life. I remembered the moment it all turned dark, the day the world wilted, when winter's hand reached too far into spring. Persephone, the goddess of spring, swallowed by the abyss. Her loss felt palpable, a wound that never healed, festering beneath the surface. Everything, Lila whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. The sun, the flowers, the laughter of children. And just like that, we were standing at the precipice. A staircase spiraled downwards, its stone worn smooth by the passage of countless souls. The air grew colder, the shadows deepened, and the silence was a living thing, wrapping around us like a shroud. "Are you ready?" I asked, though I could sense the answer. How could anyone be ready for this? But we had come too far. The only way out was through. "Just hold my hand," she said, tears pooling in her eyes, glistening like forgotten stars, ready to fall. We descended, each step a heartbeat, each heartbeat a prayer. Down, down into the depths, the world above slipping away into memory. I thought of sunlight, of warmth, of the mocking laughter of autumn leaves as they danced to the earth. I thought of life and its fragile, fleeting beauty. It was dark in the underworld, yes, but it was also alive. Echoes of the past whispered around us, stories untold and heartbreaks unsaid. The air vibrated with emotion, a tapestry woven from the souls who had once walked the earth, their hopes and fears lingering like a fine mist. "Do you think she's happy?" I asked, breaking the suffocating silence. "What does happiness mean in a place like this?" Lila's voice was barely audible, swallowed by the gloom. "Can she be happy when a part of her is forever tethered to darkness?" We reached a chamber, sprawling and vast, illuminated by a ghostly light that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. There, at the center, stood Persephone. She was both ethereal and haunting, a vision caught between worlds. Her hair flowed like shadows, her skin glowed with an otherworldly luminescence, and her eyes held the weight of eternity, deep wells filled with sorrow, longing, and an inexplicable strength. "Why have you come?" Her voice was a melody, sweet yet sorrowful, resonating through the stone walls like an ancient chant. Lila stepped forward, trembling. We want to understand. How can you be both the goddess of spring and the queen of the dead? Isn't that what life is?" Persephone asked, her gaze piercing through the darkness. "A dance between light and shadow, hope and despair? We are all sun and moon, bloom and decay. You cannot have one without the other." My heart twisted, a dark knot of confusion and yearning. I wanted to understand, but the truth felt like a double-edged sword. "But you chose this," I said, desperation spilling forth. "You chose to stay here, to embrace the darkness." "Did I choose?" Her laughter was bitter, echoing off the stone as if mocking me. Or was it a choice forced upon me by the very nature of existence? "You speak of choice, yet all life is bound by chains, some forged in love, others in sorrow. Tell me, where does your freedom lie?" Her words hung in the air, heavy as a shroud. They clawed at me, scraping away the thin veneer of what I thought I understood. Lila's grip tightened around my fingers, and I could feel her trembling, both from fear and from the weight of revelation. "Please," Lila's voice cracked like glass, "how can we help you?" "Help?" Persephone repeated, tilting her head as if considering us. "Does your heart ache for me, dear mortals? Do you wish to carry my burden? Can you hold the weight of impossible choices? To exist in the liminal space between life and death, love and loss?" I wanted to scream, to tell her that we could bear it, that the weight of her sorrow would not crush us. Yet, in her gaze, I saw the truth, the shimmering, elusive nature of choice, of freedom, of happiness. It was all interwoven, like the mad tapestry of life itself. "Then come closer," she whispered, the shadows thrumming with her words. "But be warned, once you step into the underworld, the surface will call to you no more. You will know both beauty and despair." As we stepped forward, the air shifted, electric with the promise of connection. The chamber pulsed, rhythms intertwining, hearts echoing through the darkness. I could feel the very essence of Persephone, a symphony of emotions that wrapped around us like a warm embrace. "Are you ready?" Lila asked again, her voice a fragile thread holding us together. "Are we ever?" I replied, my heart racing. And in that moment, with the weight of existence hanging in the air, we reached out, our fingers brushing against her cool skin, sealing our fate in the most exquisite agony. The shadows closed in, the darkness whispering sweet nothings, and in that breath, time fell away. We were lost and yet found, we were alive. The air crackled with tension as the shadows of the ancient trees loomed over the clearing. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, watching him, Jason, his face a mixture of resolve and terror, the flickering torchlight illuminating the uncertainty in his eyes. How many times had I rehearsed this moment in my mind? Each time, the fear had twisted my stomach tighter, but now it felt like a cold iron band, squeezing the very breath from my lungs. The fleece was out there, shimmering like a promise, but it was surrounded by the darkness of the unknown. "Just one step," he muttered, almost to himself, his voice shaking like a leaf caught in a gale. I could taste the desperation in the air, thick and bitter. I wanted to reach out, to tell him it would be all right, but how could I? I was just as lost, tethered to my own demons. My name is Media, and I had come to this forsaken place, eager and terrified, hoping to forge a destiny for myself and the man I loved. Jason's hands trembled as he gripped the hilt of his sword, and I couldn't help but think of the tales my grandmother had spun by the fireside, stories of heroes who faced down dragons and survived. Would he be a hero tonight? Or a ghost, just another lost soul wandering through the dark? I wanted to scream, to shake him until the fear fell away like the autumn leaves, but the words lodged in my throat. I remember the first time I saw him, standing atop the ship, his dark hair flowing in the wind like a banner of hope. That memory, so vivid, so alive, felt like a ghost now, a haunting echo of a time when love felt like a warm embrace rather than a chilling specter. I could still hear the laughter, the soft whispers beneath the stars. But those moments had been laced with shadows, too, hadn't they? We are all haunted by something. "Are you ready?" I asked, and my voice came out steadier than I felt. The words hung in the air, as if testing the fabric of fate itself. He turned to me, eyes glistening with determination, but I could see the cracks beneath his facade. "We have to do this," he replied, and the weight of those words settled over us like a heavy shroud. The trees whispered secrets, their whispers growing louder, almost mocking. They knew the dangers that lurked in the dark, the fierce guardian of the fleece. I shivered, not from the chill of the night but from the thrill of the unknown. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to turn back, to run away from this madness. But courage, I had learned, was not the absence of fear, it was the willingness to step forward despite it. Jason stepped into the shadows, and I followed, the ground crunching beneath our feet like the brittle bones of the fallen. Each crunch echoed in the silence, a reminder of the stakes. The fleece was rumored to grant unimaginable power, but at what cost? I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before us, their dreams twisted into nightmares, their hopes turned to ash. "Don't look back," Jason urged, his voice barely above a whisper. But how could I not? Each glance behind felt like an anchor, pulling me back to the safety of the past. I remembered my family, my home, the warmth of a hearth. I remembered how love had once seemed uncomplicated, a sweet melody rather than a cacophony of conflicting desires. Ahead, the darkness stirred, and I could sense it, the guardian, a beast born of nightmares, slumbering in the depths. My heart raced, each beat a deafening drum in my ears. I fought to steady my breath, to push back the tide of panic. What if we failed? What if this was the end? The thought was a blade, slicing through my resolve. But Jason's presence grounded me, a beacon in the consuming dark. "Together," he said, and I nodded, though uncertainty lingered like a ghost beside me. Together, we were invincible. Together, we could face anything, even the shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. And then, a rustle. A low growl that reverberated through the ground, sending chills skittering down my spine. I froze, eyes wide, as the beast awakened, a monstrous silhouette emerging from the depths of the night. Its eyes glowed like embers, fierce and unyielding, and every instinct in me screamed to run. But I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the uncertainty of our fate. "Jason," my voice trembled, and he turned, terror etched across his face. I saw the flicker of doubt, the hesitation. "We can still turn back," I pleaded, but he shook his head, a storm of defiance raging within him. "No. I can't give up now," he whispered fiercely, and I felt the weight of his courage wash over me. It ignited something deep inside, a flicker of hope amidst the despair. "I need the fleece. For us. For our future." The beast lunged, and everything shattered into chaos, a whirlwind of fur and fangs. Jason's sword met the creature's claws with a clash that echoed like thunder. I screamed, a raw sound ripped from my chest, uncertainty morphing into fierce determination. I wouldn't stand back. I wouldn't let fear claim us. The fight unfolded around us, a tapestry of violence and desperation. I could feel the heat of the battle, the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Time warped, seconds stretched into lifetimes, each heartbeat a reminder of our mortality. I fought alongside him, fear morphing into something primal, something furious. And as the Guardian lunged for Jason, teeth bared and claws glistening in the moonlight, I found myself moving, a desperate surge fueled by love and fear. The creature roared, a sound so chilling it echoed in my bones. But within that chaos, I saw clarity, the purpose that had driven us to this moment. "Together!" I shouted, my voice a battle cry that pierced through the darkness. It was not just Jason who had to be brave, it was both of us, our hearts entwined in this fight for survival, for hope. But the shadows were relentless, and the beast was more than we had bargained for. In that moment, as I fought alongside him, I realized that courage wasn't merely about facing the monster before us, but about confronting the shadows within ourselves, too. The weight of our hopes and fears hung in the balance, the fleece shining like a distant star, forever just out of reach. And as the battle raged on, I could feel the chasm of uncertainty growing wider, pulling at the frayed edges of our resolve, daring us to stumble, to fall, to lose everything. The night air thickened with desperation, and as we clashed with the beast, I understood that this test of courage was not just a trial by fire, it was a tempest of the soul, where every choice carried the weight of our dreams and our nightmares, and with each strike, we carved our fates into the very fabric of the cosmos. In that moment of despair and defiance, I felt the world shift beneath my feet, as if the very universe held its breath, waiting for our next move. The shadows danced, the night thickened, and the beast roared, but together, we could not falter. Together, we would face the darkness and seize the light, no matter the cost. The sky crackled with a tempest, thunder rumbling like a beast awakening from a long slumber. I stood at the foot of the Tower of the Gods, a towering monolith of obsidian and despair, its silhouette jagged against the roiling clouds. Heart pounding, I felt the pulse of the world around me, raw and electric, a cacophony of fear and anticipation. The air was thick, so thick it pressed against my chest, and my breath quickened as I glanced at her. Psyche stood beside me, her face a mask of determination and dread. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice trembling like the fragile wings of a moth drawn to an all-consuming flame. Her dark eyes, pools of unending sorrow, bore into mine, searching for solace, for courage, but finding only the reflection of her own despair. I wanted to hold her, to whisper that everything would be all right, but the truth was heavier than the storm above us. I remembered her laughter, light and airy, like a summer breeze. It felt a lifetime ago. Now, it was as if the weight of the universe pressed down upon her, suffocating that laughter, replacing it with a silence that screamed louder than any thunderclap. "We can't turn back," I said, each word a struggle, like dragging a stone uphill. Beside me, Eros shifted uneasily, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles pale against his skin. The god of love wore his heart on his sleeve, but today his gaze was a stormy sea, tempestuous and dark. "We have no choice," he said, his voice low and rumbling, mirroring the sky above. "If we don't confront the shadow, we'll all be consumed." The shadow! It loomed in the recesses of my mind, a dreadful spectre that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. It was the embodiment of Psyche's fears, her insecurities, the fractured pieces of her soul twisted into a grotesque figure that haunted her dreams. I could feel it whispering in the back of my thoughts, echoing like a distant siren's call. "You are not enough," it taunted, and I feared it spoke the truth. Psyche stepped forward, her steps hesitant yet determined. I remember the first night I saw the stars, she murmured, as if trying to anchor herself in a memory that felt both comforting and cruel. How they sparkled like diamonds, each one a promise, each one a dream. Her voice wavered, and I could see the battle waging within her, a tempest of hope fighting against the tide of despair. Those dreams are still there, I urged, but my own voice faltered, caught in the gravity of her despair. We just have to reach them. Eros's eyes flickered with uncertainty. And what if we don't? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The question hung in the air, pregnant with fear, as heavy as the clouds above us. What if we failed? What if we became mere shadows ourselves, lost to the darkness? The tower loomed, a gaping maw that promised both salvation and obliteration. Its surface shimmered with a sheen of malevolence, each stone a testament to a past filled with sacrifice and suffering. I could almost hear the echoes of those who had come before us, their cries lingering like a ghostly choir, warning us, urging us to turn back. But turning back was not an option. Not when I had Psyche beside me, her resilience flickering like a candle in the storm. I remembered the stories of love and sacrifice, of heroes who braved the abyss for those they cherished. I wanted to be that hero, to sweep her away from this darkness, but the truth was that I was as lost as she was. Do you remember the fable of the phoenix? I asked, my voice trembling as I sought the right words. How it is consumed by flames only to rise again, reborn from the ashes. Psyche's gaze met mine, a spark igniting somewhere deep within her. Yes, she whispered, her breath hitching. But what if the ashes are all I have left? A tear slipped down her cheek, a shimmering reminder of the weight she bore. I reached out, brushing my fingers against her cheek, grounding her in this moment. Then we'll face the flames together. We'll rise from whatever is left. Eros stepped closer, his presence igniting a sense of unity. Together. We are stronger when we stand side by side. With a deep breath, Psyche squared her shoulders, the flicker of hope igniting a fire within her. Together, she echoed softly, a fragile vow whispered into the tempest. As we stepped toward the tower, the storm broke above us, rain pouring down like a deluge of shadows. Each drop felt like a weight of despair crashing onto us, but instead of retreating, we pressed forward, the storm roaring behind us, a testament to our resolve. Inside, darkness enveloped us, a tangible entity that clawed at our minds. Shadows danced along the walls, whispers of the past swirling around us, taunting and teasing, urging us to succumb to our fears. I could feel Psyche trembling beside me, her heart racing like a caged bird desperate to escape. The air grew colder, thick with the scent of decay and despair. I flicked my gaze to Eros, who held his bow tightly, a warrior ready to face the inevitable. Keep fighting, I urged, my heart pounding in rhythm with the storm outside. No matter what we face, we will not lose ourselves. With each step, the darkness pressed in, a suffocating embrace that sought to swallow us whole, but I felt Psyche's hand grip mine, her warmth a lifeline in this abyss. I remember, she began, her voice steadying, drowning out the shadows' whispers. I remember who I am. And now, as the shadows closed in, I realized that losing ourselves was no longer an option. We were on the precipice, and the tower awaited, its heart of darkness ready to confront us. The storm outside raged on, but inside, a fire had ignited. We were no longer afraid. We would face the shadow together, the storm within us thrumming with life and purpose. The tower called, and we would answer, stepping into the abyss, ready to reclaim our light, or to be consumed in the attempt. The clock ticks, each second slicing through the suffocating silence like a knife through flesh. A dim light flickers, casting shadows that dance widely across the cracked, peeling walls of a once vibrant room now cloaked in despair. I sit on the edge of my bed, heart pounding, a relentless drumbeat that drowns out reason. How did I end up here, lost within these four walls, with nothing but echoes of laughter and the ghost of her presence? Her name hangs in the air, thick and heavy, a weight I can barely breathe under, Allure. I remember the way she laughed, bright and melodic, a sound that could shatter even the thickest of silences. But now, it lies scattered on the floor, a glass shattered beyond repair, the shards piercing my heart like 1,000 tiny daggers. Our love was an electric storm, fierce and uncontainable, but now it's just cold rain, drenching me in memories that should feel warm but only chill me to the bone. Through the cracks of my despair, I hear him, the other half of our once inseparable trio. Julian. His voice is a murmur, a shadow of itself, as he paces the room next to mine, wrestling with his own demons. I've seen that look before, the way his brow furrows, the way his hands clench and unclench as if trying to grasp at something just out of reach. He's haunted, too, trapped in the web of a love that has turned bitter, a love where Eros himself seems to have taken a cruel, sadistic pleasure in pulling us apart. Why does it hurt so much, he whispers, but I don't have an answer. Pain is a language all its own, and in this moment, we are both fluent speakers, conversing in the raw, jagged syllables of heartache. I remember when we were whole, when laughter filled our lungs and we believed we were invincible, but now we're just two souls adrift in a world that feels impossibly vast, like the universe itself has conspired against us, a cosmic joke played by gods who once favored us. I rise, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight, a protest to my movements that echoes through the emptiness. Outside, the night is thick and oppressive, a blanket of darkness that seems to mock our misery. The streetlights flicker fitfully, casting pools of light that flicker like hope, just enough to remind us that the world keeps turning, even as our hearts shatter. A car roars past, its sound swallowed by the silence that follows, leaving only the haunting memory of what once was. Do you remember that night? Julian's voice breaks through my haze, a rope thrown into the abyss. The carnival. I remember. I remember the lights, the way they twinkled like stars fallen to earth, the way Allure twirled under them, a wildflower caught in the wind. I remember the laughter, how it felt to hold her close, our bodies swaying, lost in a rhythm that seemed eternal. But that memory, once a beacon, now feels like a cruel tether, pulling me back into the agony of what I've lost. Yeah, I manage, my voice a ghost of its former self. I remember. The memory swells like a tide, engulfing me. It takes me back to a moment where the air was electric, charged with possibility. But that thrill, that spark, has been replaced by the cold fingers of absence, gripping my heart with a vice-like intensity. Do you think we'll ever be whole again? Julian asks, and I know he's searching for solace in my eyes, but all I can offer is the truth. I don't know, I whisper, fighting back the tears that threaten to spill over. The uncertainty hangs heavy between us, a fog that refuses to lift. The thought of her, it claws at my insides. I can almost hear her voice, echoing in the recesses of my mind, a haunting melody that won't let me rest. Eros pain, I murmur, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. It's a wound that never heals. Everything feels so fragile, Julian replies, voice breaking, his vulnerability raw and exposed, like fresh wounds beneath unhealed skin. Like we're walking on glass. And it's true. This separation has splintered not just our love but the very essence of who we are. Each moment apart has stretched like a taut string, threatening to snap, to shatter everything in its wake. We're two broken beings, a pair of ghosts still tethered to a love that feels like it's slipping through our fingers, like sand in an hourglass, time itself laughing at our misery. I can't shake the feeling that we're standing at the precipice, a chasm yawning wide before us, and with every second that ticks by, we edge closer to the abyss. What if we can't find our way back? I ask, the words tumbling out like stones dropped into a dark well, where they disappear without a sound. Then we'll have to build a bridge, Julian replies, but even he sounds unsure, as though he's trying to convince himself as much as me. The weight of separation is an anchor, one that pulls us deeper into the void of despair. As we sit in the dark, the silence stretches, wrapping around us like a shroud. A ghostly wind howls outside, whispering secrets I cannot hear. I remember Allure's smile, like dawn breaking through a night sky, and I feel the ache of her absence as if it's carved into my very soul. Do you think she's happy without us? Julian's voice trembles, a fragile thing quaking in the tempest of our shared grief. I don't know, I say again, but the truth gnaws at me. I feel her joy slipping away, forced to choose between love and freedom, a choice that has shattered us both. The realization crashes over me, a wave of despair. This separation isn't just distance, it's a wound that festers, a rift that deepens with each passing day. I can almost see the pieces of our love scattered around us, reflecting the jagged edges of our hearts. I stand, the impulse driving me forward, my feet moving toward the door, the very doorway of hope. We have to fight for it, I say, urgency spilling from my lips like a prayer. We have to fight for her. Julian looks at me, eyes wide, and for a moment, the fragile thread connecting us strengthens. Together. Always, I say, and the promise hangs between us, a lifeline tethered to the past, to the laughter that once filled our lungs. The night is still dark, but I can feel the dawn creeping in, even if it's just a flicker on the horizon, a fragile flame battling against the shadows. One heartbeat at a time, we gather ourselves, stitching together the fragments of our hope, even as Eros watches, holding his bittersweet bow, waiting for the moment to strike again. And as we step into the night, the darkness envelops us, but we step forward, hand in hand, ready to battle against the pain of separation. Ready to reclaim what is ours. The air crackled, thick with unspoken words, as I stood in the shadow of the old oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like the fingers of ghosts long gone. The twilight sky bled crimson and indigo, a canvas of turmoil reflecting the chaos inside me. I inhaled sharply, the scent of damp earth mingling with memories, a cocktail of nostalgia and heartbreak. I hadn't seen her in years, yet here I was, heart pounding, waiting. Then, the sound. Footsteps crunching on gravel, breaking the fragile silence like a stone thrown into still water. My pulse quickened, a frantic drummer in my chest. I turned, half expecting the spectral form of my past to vanish into the ether. But there she was, hair shimmering like silver threads woven by moonlight, eyes bright with defiance and fear. Her name was Elise, once my everything, now a stranger threaded through the fabric of my dreams. Eric, she breathed, the name rolling off her tongue like a whispered prayer. It was the weight of 100 memories, each syllable a sharp knife slicing through the years. I didn't think you'd come. Didn't think? I had spent nights dreaming of this moment, wondering if the flicker of pain in her gaze would remain or if it would be replaced by something stronger, something like forgiveness. But all I saw was a tempest, swirling just beneath the surface. Neither did I admitted, my voice low, cracking under the strain of 1,000 unspoken apologies. But here we are. In the distance, the city glimmered, a tapestry of lights and shadows, the heartbeat of a world that had moved on without us. Cars honked, laughter echoed, life continued, oblivious to the storm brewing between us. Yet here, in this pocket of twilight, time halted, wrapping us in a cocoon of unresolved tension. I remember, she said, her eyes darting away, searching the horizon as if it could offer sanctuary. I remember the day you left. The memory hit me like a punch to the gut, raw and visceral. I remembered the anger, her voice trembling with disbelief, the tears that followed like a torrential downpour. You said it was for the best. Because it was, I shot back, frustration bubbling. I thought I was protecting you. Protecting me. Laughter, bitter and hollow, slipped from her lips. Or were you just protecting yourself? I wanted to retort, to bite back with the sharpness of my own hurt, but the truth hung heavy like the veil of night descending around us. I was a coward, and she knew it. The realization was a fist to my gut, it curled into a tight knot of shame and longing. Do you ever think about it? I asked, my voice softer now, the anger dissipating into the damp air. About us? Her gaze flickered back to me, a spark of vulnerability igniting the air. Every day. The admission hung there, pulsing between us, alive and electric. I wonder if I was ever enough for you. More than enough, I whispered, my heart racing as the words spilled out, desperate and real. I just lost my way. The shadows danced as I stepped closer, my heart a wild thing thrumming in my chest. Memories crashed over me like waves, lazy summer afternoons, laughter spilling like sunbeams, promises exchanged under the stars. But those same stars had watched as we unraveled, pulling apart threads of love until nothing remained but echoes. Eric, she said, her voice trembling with the weight of memories, can we erase the past? Can we just start over? Start over? The thought was both intoxicating and terrifying. You know we can't just erase what happened. Maybe not, she replied, a flicker of defiance sparking in her eyes. But we can choose how we go forward. Could we? Could we weave new threads into the frayed tapestry of our lives? My mind whirled with possibilities, hopes and fears colliding like thunder. But just as quickly as the thought sparked, shadows crept back in, doubts that had long been my companions. Time doesn't offer second chances, I said, my voice heavy as I fought against the surge of longing. It punishes us for our mistakes. Her laugh was sharp, breaking the weight of the moment. And yet here we are, standing beneath a sky that has seen everything, the good, the bad, the beautiful and the dark. We are still alive, aren't we? Alive, I echoed, feeling the weight of her words settle over me. Every heartbeat in this moment felt like a question, thudding in rhythm with a hope that struggled to blossom. The silence stretched, fragile threads of vulnerability weaving us closer. I could see the faint shimmer of tears in her eyes, reflections of my own pain mirrored back at me. I don't want to lose you again, I confessed, the words tumbling out in a rush, desperate and raw. But I don't know how to be what you need. Maybe we don't need to know everything, she said, stepping closer, every inch a world of possibility. Maybe we just need to be brave enough to try. Bravery. It felt distant, something I had always admired from afar but never truly grasped. Yet as I looked into her eyes, I saw a flicker of belief, an ember waiting to ignite, and suddenly, the world around us faded. With a deep breath, I reached out, fingertips brushing her cheek, an electric shock coursing through the air. The connection was more than physical, it was a reminder of everything we had been, and everything we might still become. In that moment, beneath the looming oak, as night cloaked the city in shadows, we stood on the precipice of something monumental. A decision lay before us, shimmering like stars above, veiled in uncertainty, yet pulsing with the promise of what could be. The city continued to pulse beyond us, the world oblivious to the storm of emotions brewing under this twilight sky, but for us, this moment held the weight of eternity. And as I breathed in the scent of earth and possibility, I felt hope flicker alive, igniting a longing that had been buried for far too long. This was the moment where the past collided with the present, where love, raw and unfiltered, dared to breathe again. But even as the reality of our hearts hovered on the edge of rebirth, the shadows loomed, whispering secrets of what lay ahead. What would we find on the other side of this rekindled flame? The air crackled with electricity, a tension so thick it could be cut with a knife. Raven-black clouds rolled in, casting shadows that danced like tortured spirits across the ancient stones of the temple. I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat, as if the very cosmos had shrieked a warning, echoing through the chasms of my soul. I can't do this, I whispered, though the words tumbled out more like a prayer than a declaration. My fingers trembled, searching for something to hold on to, anything to anchor me to reality as the weight of the ultimatum pressed down like a vice. Aphrodite's eyes, glowing with an otherworldly light, bore into me, a tempest of love and despair swirling beneath the surface. In the distance, I could hear the echoes of laughter, a cruel mockery of the anguish that gripped my heart. My best friend, Lysander, was caught in a web of his own making. He was charming, dashing, the kind of man who could light up the darkest corners of a night, but beneath his handsome facade lay a darkness that threatened to consume him. I had watched him chase after fleeting desires, never once stopping to consider the cost. Are you really going to throw everything away for someone who doesn't even see you? The words slipped from my lips, each syllable saturated with desperation. A pulse of pain struck, the kind that burns deep, igniting old wounds. I remembered how I had loved him, how I still loved him, though it felt like holding onto a flickering flame, knowing it could extinguish at any moment. No! He shouted, the anguish in his voice reverberating off the stony walls. You don't understand. I can't let her go. She's everything. You don't know what it's like to find something that feels like home. But I did. I had wandered through the hollow corridors of my heart for years, seeking solace in the arms of a love that was as transient as morning mist. My dreams, filled with the scent of roses and despair, reminded me of the moments I had spent yearning for that which was unattainable. Aphrodite lingered in the background, her presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. She was the keeper of desires, the architect of heartbreak, a reminder of the fine line between ecstasy and agony. I could sense her patience wearing thin, like the last grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, each moment a reminder of the choices we had yet to make. "Choose," she commanded, her voice a whisper tinged with finality. "Love comes at a price, and you must decide what you are willing to sacrifice." Lysander's face contorted, a mask of conflict. I could see the light flicker behind his eyes, the realization that love, in all its beauty, often demanded the darkest of trades. The stakes were rising, and I could feel the ground beneath us trembling, as if the very earth was anticipating our choices. I remember, I breathed, the memories flooding back like a torrential storm. I remember how it felt when you kissed me under the stars, how the world fell away, and it was just us, suspended in time. Those moments were a double-edged sword, a blend of joy and sorrow that twisted my heart and left me yearning for more. But now, standing at the precipice of our fates, I felt the weight of our shared history pressing down like a heavy cloak. I was a fool, a jester in this cruel game of love, wearing my heart on my sleeve while the specters of regret and longing danced around me. "Is it worth it?" I asked, my voice trembling as I clutched at the tendrils of fear and hope entwined within my chest. "Is she worth the pain of losing us?" "Losing you?" He turned, his expression torn, and for a moment, I saw the boy he used to be, the boy who believed in fairy tales and happily ever afters. "I don't know," he whispered, his voice cracking, and it shattered me. We stood there, two souls adrift in a tempest of doubt, the silence stretching between us like the yawning chasm of a broken heart. I could feel the weight of my own desires clashing against the reality before me. All around us, the air grew heavy, thick with the unspoken, a cacophony of emotion swirling like the storm clouds above. Aphrodite's eyes flickered with impatience, her divine form radiating an unsettling beauty that was both alluring and horrifying. "Love requires sacrifice," she urged, her words wrapping around us, tightening like a noose. "What will you give to hold on to it?" Lysander's breath quickened, each inhalation a desperate plea for clarity as he wrestled with the darkness clawing at his heart. "I don't want to lose you," he said, the admission hanging between us like a ghost, a haunting reminder of everything we had been. And then, the storm broke with a shattering roar. Lightning slashed through the sky, illuminating the truth that lay buried beneath our fears. Love was never free, and every heartbeat echoed with the price we had to pay. "I remember," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "how you swore you would always choose me." But now, standing on the edge of a precipice, those words felt hollow, an echo of promises long forgotten. Tension gripped us, twisting like a serpent around our throats, and in that moment, I realized the bitter truth: love was not merely a feeling, but a battlefield, where every choice was a scar carved into the soul. Life surged forward, cruel and relentless, as time ticked on, the clock mocking us with its unyielding march. I could feel the grip of fate tightening, a visceral reminder that we were mere pawns in a game we didn't fully understand. Aphrodite's gaze bore into me, her presence unwavering, and with a single, piercing glance, I knew there was no escaping the price of love. We were at a crossroads, hearts intertwined in a chaotic dance of desire and despair, and the shadows whispered promises of pain and ecstasy. "Make your choice," she urged, her voice a haunting melody that echoed in the corners of my mind, reverberating like a heartbeat. And as the storm began to fade, the sky opened, revealing a tapestry of stars, each one a testament to the sacrifices we were yet to make. In that moment, I understood. The price of love was steep, and we were all bound to pay it in blood, in tears, and in the echoes of what could have been. And as Lysander turned toward me, a tempest brewing in his eyes, I knew this was only the beginning, an ultimatum that would shape our fates, send ripples through our souls, and bind us in ways we could never foresee. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of charred wood and desperation. The flames crackled, spitting embers into the night sky like restless stars, burning dreams slowly into ash. I stood at the edge of the clearing, heart racing, pulse pounding in my ears, drowning out the screams that echoed in the darkness. The bonfire was alive, and it was hungry. "Psyche!" A voice raw and laced with desperation. "Eros, my love," his figure silhouetted against the fiery backdrop, eyes wide with terror. He was wrestling with the weight of the world, the burden of a choice that felt too heavy for mortal hands, yet it rested on his shoulders. "You can't do this." But I could. I had to. I felt the pull of fate tightening around me, a noose woven from my own dreams, and it dragged me closer to the flames. I remember the moments that led to this, the whispered promises shared under a silver moon, the soft caress of his fingers against my skin, warm and electric. But now, all of that felt like a distant echo, fading into the void, swallowed by the desperation of the present moment. "Let me go," I said, voice trembling, yet resolute. It felt like stepping onto a brittle ice sheet, knowing it could crack at any moment, but the warmth of Eros's hand was a tether I couldn't bear to sever. "I need to prove my love." He stepped forward, frustration and fear mixing into a storm that raged in his chest, a tempest I could feel even from a distance. "Love doesn't ask for sacrifices like this. There can be another way." His voice cracked, each word a plea that clawed at my insides. I turned my gaze to the flames, their flickering shadows casting ghostly figures upon the ground, remnants of dreams, whispering of what could have been. Each flicker reminded me of the darkness lurking beneath the surface, the betrayal hanging like a shroud between the two of us. Did he trust me? Did he truly understand the depths of my devotion? "I remember," I whispered, and the words hung in the air like the smoke curling into the night. "I remember the moment I chose you over everything." My breath hitched. Over my family, over my own fate. I sacrificed it all for a love that's more than just a word. You must understand, it's a part of me now. But the shadows in Eros's eyes didn't waver, they only deepened. "You think this is love? This is madness." A crack of thunder overhead echoed his sentiment. The ominous clouds gathered, heavy with unshed tears, mirroring the storm brewing within us. I took a step closer to the fire, the heat wrapping around me, a twisted embrace that felt both comforting and horrifying. I could see the truth reflected in those flames, my insecurities, my fears, my yearning to belong. But alongside it was a promise, a hope that burned brighter than the inferno, illuminating the path ahead. "Every sacrifice has a price," I said, each word cutting through the air. "I've tasted bitterness, Eros. I felt the sting of betrayal, the cold grip of isolation. But I won't let fear dictate my choices. This is more than my life, it's about the legacy of our love." Around us, the night held its breath, time stretching out like a taut string, waiting to snap. I could see the tendrils of doubt creeping into Eros's heart, the way his expression shifted, caught between desperation and understanding. "Please don't do this," he whispered, and the plea pierced through the fog of resolve. But I felt something shift inside me, a stirring that ignited a fire beyond the one before me. "I'd walk through fire for you," I said, voice trembling with a fierce resolve. "I will not be the girl who stood by and did nothing. I am ready to face the consequences." With a surge of emotion, I stepped toward the flames, the heat licking at my skin, a reminder of what I was willing to endure. The light danced wildly, illuminating the dark corners of my heart, revealing the raw truth. I longed to be free of the shadows that haunted our love, the lies that wrapped around us tighter than chains. Eros rushed forward, his hands gripping my arms, grounding me. "You're not alone in this. I love you. We can find another way." His words crumbled against the weight of inevitability. I could see the love in his eyes, yet the desperation grew, a beast clawing at his insides. I wanted to reach inside him, to pull out the fear and replace it with the certainty I felt. "You don't understand," I said, voice breaking. "This is my choice. I cannot be half of someone's dream. I want to be whole, for us. This is the only way." In that moment, everything we had built together hung in the balance, trembling like a thin thread ready to snap. I remember the first time we kissed under the stars, the way his laughter filled the empty spaces in my soul. I remembered the lightness, the joy, and now, here we were, teetering on the edge of destruction, the weight of choices pulling us down. Suddenly, I felt the presence behind me, a figure cloaked in shadows, gliding closer, a harbinger of fate. The air turned frigid, and the fire flickered as if sensing its approach. I felt the chill seep into my bones, and dread washed over me like a tide. Psyche, the figure spoke, voice a chilling whisper that wrapped around us like a shroud. Are you ready to embrace your fate? In that moment, the world fell away, and it was just Eros and me, two souls entangled in a dance of love and sacrifice, a fragile thread binding us against the encroaching darkness. Time held its breath, waiting for my answer, waiting for the moment destiny would reveal its hand. My heart thundered in my chest, the intensity of our connection igniting a fire that would never truly die. I am ready, I breathed, knowing that the choice I made now would echo through eternity. The air crackled with an electricity that pulsed in time with my racing heart. I stood on the precipice of despair, the world around me a blur of shadows and whispers, the distant echo of laughter hanging like a noose in the silence. A single candle flickered, its flame a defiant scream against the encroaching darkness of the night. The scent of molten wax and the faintest hint of roses, my mother's favorite, filled the room, memories tumbling over one another in a chaotic dance. I could almost hear her voice, sweet and soothing, telling me that everything would be all right. But deep down, in the pit of my stomach, that voice was drowned out by a tempest of fear and doubt. I remember the first time I saw him, the man cloaked in shadows, his presence as intoxicating as it was terrifying. Eros, the embodiment of the most primal desires, stood before me now, his eyes twin coals burning with an insatiable hunger. You must choose, he whispered, and the world shifted, colors darkening, twisting into something grotesque. I felt the weight of his words settle like a shroud, cloaking me in the inevitability of fate. Then there was my sister, the ever-reliable, the ever-perfect. She never faltered, never stumbled, a paragon of virtue draped in white silk, radiant and untouchable. But beneath that facade lay a heart twisted with jealousy, a longing that could choke. You shouldn't have taken that path, Psyche, she spat, her words sharp as glass, cutting through the fragile web of our sisterhood. You've brought this upon us all. I wanted to scream, to tell her that I hadn't asked for any of this. But words tangled in my throat, choked by a deep-rooted shame that threatened to swallow me whole. The walls of the room seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of their own, the shadows stretching toward me, hungry for my despair. I could almost hear them whispering secrets, teasing me with glimmers of truth and terror. Outside, the moon hung heavy in the night sky, a haunting witness to my turmoil, an indifferent god watching my descent into chaos. Eros stepped closer, his breath hot against my skin, igniting a fire in my veins. I can give you power, he murmured, each word dripping with temptation. You can become something greater than yourself. My heart pounded in response, a reckless rhythm that threatened to explode. What would it mean to transform? To shed this fragile shell of doubt and grief? Would I lose myself in that metamorphosis, or would I find the woman I was always meant to be? I remember, I whispered, almost to myself, feeling the memories flood in like a tide. I remember when they said I was too beautiful for my own good, when I was both admired and envied. But beauty is a double-edged sword. I had learned that painfully well. The whispers followed me, gnawing at my sanity. Too beautiful, they echoed, a haunting refrain that twisted in my gut. I had become a ghost of the girl who once danced in gardens with wild abandon, her laughter ringing like chimes in the summer breeze. Now I stood at a crossroads, every choice a dark alley, every possibility a glimmer of hope shrouded in horror. You can't trust him, my sister warned, her voice a ghost in the back of my mind. He only wants to use you. But didn't everyone want something? Didn't we all barter our souls in exchange for acceptance, for love? I grasped at the fraying edges of my courage, feeling it slip through my fingers like grains of sand. Are you ready? Eros asked, his eyes searching mine, wanting to see if I could bear the weight of the change. My breath hitched, time stretching infinitely, every second a drop of water, every heartbeat the ticking of a clock. I wanted to scream, to say no, to run away and hide. But I was also drawn to the abyss, that sweet promise of power and liberation. In that moment, I was a torn tapestry, threads of fear woven with strands of courage. My hand shook, a war raging within me. What would it take? I croaked, the weight of my question heavy, reverberating in the stillness that surrounded us. The shadows seemed to lean in closer, eager to hear my choice. Everything, he replied, a playful smirk dancing on his lips, but his eyes betrayed a hint of darkness. I felt the air thicken with tension, the weight of the universe pressing down on my shoulders. It was impossible to breathe, impossible to think. You would have to give up your past, he added, the word slicing like a knife. To be reborn, you must let the old you die. I squeezed my eyes shut, flashes of my life cascading through my mind like a chaotic slideshow, my laughter, my mother's warm embrace, my sister's fierce love twisted with envy. I can't, I gasped, the desperation clawing at my throat. I can't lose them. But Eros's gaze held me captive, a spellbinding force that promised both danger and delight. The shadows around us whirled, a tempest of emotion and possibility. What if I told you that in letting go, you would gain more than you ever dreamed? I wanted to reach out, to grab hold of that promise, even as my heart fluttered with doubt. I remember the tales of transformation, of souls lost and found in the chaos. I wanted to believe in the magic, in the chance to rise from the ashes like a phoenix, but fear coiled around my heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. And as the night stretched on, the candle flickered again, a solitary flame standing defiantly against the dark, a beacon in the storm. The room echoed with the haunting melody of my uncertainty, the clock ticking down to an inevitable moment that would change everything. Choose, Psyche, Eros murmured, his voice a velvet caress against my skin. The time is now. I inhaled deeply, my breath mingling with the scent of roses and smoke, a cocktail of memories and dreams swirling together. I stood on the edge, heart racing, the world hanging in the balance, the shadows beckoning. And in that fleeting moment, I realized that transformation was not just about power, it was about resilience, about facing the darkness that threatened to engulf me. So, I took a step forward, toward the unknown, embracing the whisper of change, the promise of rebirth. The air shimmered with possibility, and for the first time, the shadows felt like allies, the darkness no longer a prison but a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of my soul. In that heartbeat, I knew that this was only the beginning, the transformation had begun. The moon hung low, a silver coin pressed against the fabric of night. It seemed to pulse, breathing in tandem with the fragile spirits adrift in the shadows of Elysium, a world where gods danced and mortals wept. I stood on the precipice, heart pounding like a war drum, feeling the weight of choices thick in the air, like smoke choking the breath from my lungs. I remember the moment when the ground shook beneath us, a warning tremor that curled around my spine. Eros stood there, his eyes glistening like obsidian, full of unfathomable depth and unquenchable pain. He was no longer the playful deity that shot arrows of love with reckless abandon, desperation clung to him like a second skin. He was a god cornered, a man stripped to his raw, quaking core. "Help me," he breathed, the plea barely a whisper, yet it ricocheted through the air, filling the void where hope once flickered. I saw it, the churning chaos behind his gaze, an urgent, palpable hunger for redemption. To him, I was a ghost, and he was a fading star, we were remnants of light in a universe spiraling into darkness. Beside him, Freya, the goddess of love, heartbreak woven into her very being. Her silver hair danced like a restless tide, and her hands trembled at her sides. Her heart was a fragile glass shard, and I could see it splintering beneath the weight of betrayal. Her love for Eros was a tempest, wild and consuming, yet here she stood, arms crossed, as if guarding her heart from further injury. It was a heartbreaking contradiction, love entangled in a web of grief. "I cannot let you in," she said, voice straining against the dam of her emotions. "You've hurt me too deeply." Their eyes locked, and I felt the air between them crackle, an electric tension, charged with unacknowledged longing and searing sorrow. "But Freya, I have paid for my mistakes. Every heartbeat is a reminder of my failures." Eros's voice rose, raw and fraying at the edges. It was a plea for absolution, a cry that echoed through the twisted, moonlit trees, but it fell like autumn leaves, beautiful, yet dying. I couldn't breathe. I remember the ache in my chest, the desperate urge to scream, to intervene, but I was merely a shadow among them, an audience to this cosmic tragedy. Time twisted around us, slow and taunting. In that suspended moment, I recalled the stories told in hushed tones, of love that transcends realms, of gods who sacrifice everything for a single heartbeat. But at what cost? Eros stepped toward Freya, his silhouette sharp against the silver glow. "I remember when love was enough," he murmured, voice quaking with vulnerability. Memories flickered between them like fireflies, illuminating a path once bright with laughter and fleeting moments of joy. I could almost hear echoes of their shared dreams, the soft whispers, the stolen kisses beneath starlit skies. Yet, reality crashed in like a wave, drowning those fleeting glimmers. "Love is never enough when trust is broken," she replied, her tone laced with bitterness, biting like frost on tender skin. "You wielded your power like a barbarian, and I am left to pick up the pieces." The air grew heavier. I felt it, the pulse of their unresolved pain, a heartbeat that thrummed through the ground beneath my feet. Eros faltered, his composure fracturing like fragile glass. I was foolish. I thought love could conquer all, that it could erase the stains of my arrogance. But I was wrong. A silence fell, thick and suffocating. I could see the shadows of past mistakes swirling around us, haunting remnants of a love so brilliant, now dulled by despair. Fear gripped my throat. Could love, once ignited, ever truly die, or did it merely morph into something darker, more sinister? And then it happened, a moment of clarity as Eros took a step back, pain etched into every line of his face. "What if I chose to fight for you? For us?" His voice was a low roar, vibrating through the very air we breathed. "What if I surrendered my immortality? What if I became mortal, just to know what it feels like to love you without the burden of a god's power?" Freya's eyes widened, shadows of hope flickering to life and then extinguishing almost instantly. "You would throw away eternity for a shattered heart?" "Yes," he rasped, desperation burning in his throat. "I would fight with every breath, every heartbeat. I would rather experience love for a fleeting moment than watch it wither away in the halls of my guardhood." I felt the weight of his words, a fierce intensity that hung in the air, aching with desperation. It was terrifyingly beautiful, a god stripped of his immortality, vulnerable against the cold, unfeeling universe. I wanted to scream, to join them in that ethereal moment suspended in time, yet fear anchored my feet to the darkened ground. "Eros," Freya reached out, trembling, and in that small gesture, I saw the flicker of something, the hope of a rekindled fire. But the world around us shifted ominously, shadows stretching like grasping fingers, threatening to consume their fragile connection. Even in my silent observance, I could feel the swell of emotions rising between them, an unstoppable force, like the tide that rushes in, relentless and unforgiving. Their pain was palpable, a living creature, clawing for freedom, and I was caught in the undertow. And then, as if the universe itself conspired against them, a deafening roar shattered the night. The very fabric of reality trembled, as if acknowledging the weight of their choice. The time for decisions was now, the moment to confront their intertwined destinies, and I stood, heart racing, breath hitching, caught in the whirlwind of love, sacrifice, and redemption. "Together, we can defy fate," Eros whispered, but the tremor in his voice betrayed the fear that lingered just beneath the surface, a ghost haunting them both. "And I?" I could only watch as the threads of their lives intertwined, a dance of love and destruction, a choice echoing through the cosmos, an eternal struggle that would lead them down a path lined with both heartbreak and rebirth. With every heartbeat, I felt it, the weight of their love, their pain, their choices. It was impossible to look away. The moon hung low, a bruised fruit against the velvet sky, casting long shadows that whispered secrets between the ancient stones. A scream shattered the stillness, raw and unrefined, echoing through the crumbling archways of the forgotten temple. It was the sound of a heart breaking, the sound of a world teetering on the brink. I could feel it in my bones, the pulse of the earth, the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Ilara stood there, her breath hitching like a trapped bird, hands trembling at her sides. She had always been a dreamer, one of those souls who dared to believe in the impossible. But love, she realized now, was a dangerous game, a cruel twist of fate that had dragged her into this void. Her heart ached for him, for Kale, the god whose laughter once danced like sunlight across her skin. Now, it felt like a noose tightening around her throat. "I remember when you promised me the stars," she whispered, her voice a fragile ghost. Shadows flickered at her feet, blurring the edges of reality. The air crackled with tension, a charge heavy with unfulfilled desires and the promise of destruction. The temple loomed around them, its walls steeped in history, a witness to love stories that flared and faded like dying embers. Elara couldn't help but think of those lovers, united by passion, torn apart by the fickle hands of fate. Kale emerged from the darkness, his silhouette sharp against the moonlight, an ethereal figure swathed in sorrow. His eyes, once vibrant with mischief, now mirrored her pain. "Elara," he said, voice low and broken, "I never meant for it to come to this." Each word struck her like a dagger, cutting through the delicate fabric of her hope. "What did you think would happen?" she cried, desperation threading her voice. "Did you think love would shield us from the wrath of your kind? That we could dance beneath the stars without consequence?" The tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a testament to the pain that had now become their shared burden. She hated that she loved him, hated that their bond felt like both a lifeline and a curse. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, and for a moment, he looked like a lost boy searching for a way home. "I didn't choose this," he said, voice trembling. "But you make it worth the fight. Without you, I am just a god, a hollow shell." But the weight of his divinity pressed down on her, a reminder that some things were never meant to coexist. She turned away, choking on the bitterness of regret. "You say that, but what do you know of sacrifice?" In the distance, the wind howled like a mournful beast, carrying the scent of impending rain. The world felt alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of the cosmos, and yet here they were, two souls trapped in a moment suspended in time. Elara could feel it, a darkness creeping closer, threatening to unravel everything she held dear. And then, like a breath of fresh air slicing through the suffocating silence, a figure emerged from the shadows. Oren, the vengeful god, with his eyes like molten silver and a smirk that dripped with malice. He relished the chaos, the pain, a puppeteer toying with stringless marionettes. "Ah, lovebirds," he crooned, voice silk and steel. "What a delightful mess you've made of this." Elara's heart thundered in her chest, a primal warning. "Stay away from us." But Oren only laughed, a cruel sound that reverberated through the stone walls. "It's too late for that, dear Elara. You've played your part, and now it's time for the curtain to fall." Kale stepped forward, fierce and protective, but Elara could see the doubt lingering in his gaze. Love was a fragile thread, and they were standing on the precipice of destruction. "I won't let you take her," he growled, a mixture of fear and defiance in his voice, but even he felt the weight of inevitability. "Elara's love is a weakness," Kale, Oren taunted, circling them like a predator. "And every weakness can be exploited. Did you think your bond could save you from the inevitable? You are but a pawn in a game far greater than you can comprehend." Each word struck like a whip, the reality of their situation crashing down like thunder. Elara felt herself spiraling, the ground beneath her shifting. She thought of the dreams they shared, the laughter echoing in stolen moments, the warmth of his touch. But now, those memories felt like ghosts, hovering just out of reach. "I will fight for us," she declared, her voice rising, defiance igniting like a spark. "Love is stronger than any god's wrath." Kale's gaze met hers, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of his sorrow. "Together then," he said, his voice a vow, a promise that resonated deep within her soul. Oren's laughter echoed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down her spine. "Love is a tempest, my dear. It will consume you." But even as he spoke, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his features. Perhaps he sensed it too, the power of their unyielding bond, the intensity of their hearts beating as one. And in that moment, amidst the swirling shadows and the looming threat, Elara understood. Love was not a sanctuary, it was a battlefield, a force that could shatter gods and mortals alike. It was reckless, it was wild, and it was their only hope. The storm began to stir, the skies darkening with clouds pregnant with rain. Love was a tempest, and they were ready to unleash it, ready to confront the darkness that threatened to tear them apart. As the first drops fell, the air crackled with electricity, and with it came the promise of something unimaginable, a fierce determination to fight, to rise, to face whatever the gods would throw at them. Together, their hearts thrumming, they stepped into the storm. Shadows intertwined, and the world shifted around them, each heartbeat a testament to the power they wielded, the unbreakable bond of love, raw and unapologetic, dancing defiantly against the fate that sought to consume them. The air is electric with a tension as thick as fog, swirling around us, wrapping its fingers around our throats, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. I stand on the precipice of it all, my heart racing, a frantic drum echoing in my ears. The night feels alive, alive with whispers of love and fear, promises and betrayals. It's a moment suspended between joy and despair, teetering on the edge of something monumental, something that could shatter or elevate us all. Eros stands at the altar, his beauty almost too much to bear, a blazing sun amid a landscape of darkness. But beneath that golden exterior lies an ache, a fear of losing her, of the shadows clawing at their happiness. His fingers twitch, brushing the carved wood of the altar, the smoothness contrasting sharply with the turmoil within him. He breathes in deeply, pulling the air into his lungs, filling them with hope, yet tasting the bitterness of doubt on his tongue. Psyche is a vision, ethereal in her wedding gown, whispers of silk that flutter like wings, as if she might take flight at any moment. Yet, her heart is a storm, torn between elation and the haunting shadows of their past. She remembers the night spent alone, the weight of unfulfilled promises pressing down on her like a heavy shroud. Each footstep toward Eros feels like a reckoning, a dance with the ghosts of her former self. She glances at him, and for a split second, their eyes lock, a spark igniting, a reminder of all they have endured. And yet, there's a shadow looming, a specter that slithers through the celebration. It whispers doubt into the corners of Psyche's mind, reminding her of the trials that preceded this night, the dark times when love seemed but a fragile dream. I remember her voice breaking, the tears that stained the earth, the hollow echoes of her pleas. "Will love be enough?" she had whispered to me, her voice a fragile thread, a raw ache that cut through the air. The guests swirl around us, the lavish decorations shimmering under the soft glow of candlelight, laughter mingling with the melancholy of the night. Yet, each chuckle feels like a knife, each cheerful toast a reminder of the precarious balance of joy and sorrow. Among them, I see the faces of friends, of family, but also those who cast long shadows. They watch with eyes that glint like sharpened blades, their intentions hidden beneath layers of silken smiles. Do you feel it? Eros's voice is low, a whisper that barely escapes his lips, a tremor of vulnerability. He grips Psyche's hands, their fingers entwined like vines, the warmth of their connection a brief reprieve from the chill that gnaws at their hearts. The weight of what's to come. There's a raw honesty in his gaze, a plea for understanding, and for a moment, the world fades away. It's only them, suspended in this fragile bubble of time, but the specter is still lurking, just out of reach. I remember the legends, the shimmering tales of love and loss, of gods and mortals intertwined. They dance in my mind like shadows, flickering with a life of their own. Love is a battlefield, someone once said, and tonight, the scars are fresh, the wounds still raw. Psyche's heart races, each thump a reminder of the stakes. What if I'm not enough? She breathes, her voice cracking open like a fragile shell, revealing the softest parts of her soul. The moon hangs overhead, a silent witness, casting silvery light that feels both sacred and cursed. Time is a cruel specter, ticking away our moments, and I can see the clockwork of emotions playing out before me. Eros glances around, eyes darting to the dark corners of the celebration. Are they watching? Are they waiting for the right moment to pounce, like wolves eager for a glimpse of weakness? A hush blankets the crowd, a collective inhale, and then the moment arrives. The ceremony's words hang heavy in the air, and as they are spoken, the tendrils of fate begin to weave tighter around these two souls. Do you take this woman? The voice booms, echoing like thunder in Psyche's chest. Her breath catches. I do, Eros whispers, but his voice trembles, the weight of the world pressing down upon him. Will he say it again when the time comes? Will he still mean it? The world around us blurs as I watch Psyche's face, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and I feel the tug of destiny wrapping itself around us like a noose. The crowd shifts, an undercurrent of unease rippling through them as if sensing the storm brewing just beneath the surface. Then, a laugh, sharp, brittle, like the crack of ice underfoot. It pierces the moment, and my heart races. I know that voice, the venomous laughter that drips like poison. It's the last thing we need, an intrusion from the past that threatens to unravel everything. Do you think it's real? The voice sneers, dripping with derision. Can love really conquer all when hearts are so easily swayed? The words hang in the air, heavy and toxic, and I see Eros's jaw tighten, the way his fingers curl into fists, trembling with fury and fear. Psyche's breath hitches, each inhale a battle as she fights against the rising tide of doubt. This is our moment, she murmurs to herself, but the shadows whisper back, taunting her with memories of anguish. Time stretches, a taut wire ready to snap. The tension simmers, a storm on the horizon, and I can feel the pulse of the universe, the thrum of fate drawing us all into its web. Eros's gaze meets Psyche's, and in that moment, they are both terrified and electrified, two hearts beating as one, yet burdened by the weight of everything that's come before. And as the dark laughter echoes, I remember, this is not just a wedding, it is a battlefield. A celebration, yes, but also a clash of wills, a confrontation with the past that refuses to stay buried. The night is alive, and the stakes have never been higher. With every heartbeat, every breath, the tension crescendos, weaving a tapestry of love and fear, joy and sorrow, a celebration that may just shatter the fragile bonds they've forged. In this moment, as the world holds its breath, I am a witness to the beauty of their struggle, the rawness of their love, and the haunting shadows that twist around them. This is not an ending, it is merely the beginning of something far more profound, a continuum of emotions that will stretch far beyond this night, a dance on the edge of eternity, forever entwining their fates. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, mingling with the tang of fear that hung like a shroud over the temple. Vesper's heart hammered against her ribcage, each beat a desperate plea for escape, for clarity. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the torches, twisting and writhing like the worries in her mind. She pressed her back against the cold stone wall, trembling. Behind her, a battle raged, the clash of steel ringing in her ears, a brutal symphony underscoring her every thought. "Get your hands off her!" The voice of her brother, Selim, sliced through the chaos, raw with urgency. She could see him now, a lion among sheep, his sword raised defiantly against the chaos that threatened to consume them. But it was not just the enemies before him, there were demons lurking in every corner of their past, clawing at Vesper's resolve. She closed her eyes, and in the darkness, the memories surged. I remember running through the fields, laughter spilling from our lips, the sun warming our backs, blissful ignorance wrapping around us like a soft blanket. I remember the day it all unraveled, the day the gods turned their backs on us. A curse that began as whispers, now echoed in the howling winds and the broken streets of their once vibrant city. The temple had been a sanctuary, a place of connection to the divine. Now, it felt like a tomb, cloaked in the weight of despair. As the cries of the wounded pierced her thoughts, Vesper knew this was not merely her brother fighting for their lives. It was a battle for their very souls. She could taste the metallic tang of blood in the air, could feel the ghosts of their ancestors pressing in around her, reminding her of every sacrifice made. The weight of their legacy was heavy, suffocating. "Vesper! We have to go!" Selim shouted, his voice tinged with desperation. His eyes met hers, a silent plea that twisted like a dagger in her heart. She could see the flicker of doubt there, fear that he might lose her in this sea of chaos. But how could she leave? Could she abandon the temple, the memories, the life they once knew? "I can't." "They need me," she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. But it wasn't the wounded soldiers she thought of. It was the truth hidden beneath layers of deceit, the blessing of the gods that had turned to a curse. "Stop being a martyr. You're not saving anyone." Selim's voice cracked, desperation curling around his words. "Please, just move." The crackle of fire erupted nearby, illuminating the dark corners of the temple with an eerie glow. In that moment, something shifted inside Vesper. The weight of her indecision shattered into 1,000 pieces, each shard reflecting the faces of those she loved, each one a reminder of what was at stake. She opened her eyes, no longer a passive observer but a participant in this ancient dance of fate. "I remember the stories," she murmured, almost to herself. "Stories of gods and curses. They promised us a blessing, but it came with a price. But each breath she took was heavy with the knowledge that those stories were not just myths, they were warnings, rooted in the blood of their ancestors. She felt the burden of history pressing against her chest, an invisible chain of guilt and expectation. The gods had turned their backs. That much was clear. And yet, here they stood, fighting for a future that felt more like a dream than a reality. The intensity of the battle swelled around her, the visceral sensations of pain and fear, triumph and despair, creating a cacophony that mirrored her own conflicted heart. Selim's voice was a lifeline, tugging her back from the brink of hopelessness. "We need you, Vesper. Not just now, but always. Fight for us. Fight for what we can become." She watched her brother plunge into the fray, a wild warrior with no regard for his own safety, and something within her ignited. Vesper felt the flicker of resolve sparking in her gut, a fire that burned away the remnants of doubt. The gods had once promised her strength. She would summon that strength now, even if it meant facing the darkest shadows of her soul. As she stepped into the chaos, her heart surged with a primal intensity. She felt the weight of the sword in her hand, cold and familiar, a companion forged from the very fabric of her being. I remember every lesson, every moment of doubt, every whisper of courage. She was not just Vesper anymore. She was a force, a culmination of every memory and every heartbeat that had led her to this brink. In the thrumming chaos, her breath quickened, and time seemed to slow. Each swing of her sword was a dance, every clash of metal resonating with the rhythm of her heart. The laughter of her childhood faded, replaced by the roars of the battlefield. A swirl of enemies surrounded her, but all she saw was Selim's fierce determination, the fire in his eyes igniting her own. Together, he shouted, and in that moment, they were invincible. As their swords met in a synchronized ballet of defiance, they became a tapestry woven from the threads of their shared pain, their fears, and the passion for a new beginning. The enemies fell before them, mere shadows of a curse that had tried to consume their light. But even as they fought, even as the tide of battle turned, a whisper lingered in the corners of their minds: the gods were watching. They always were. And the blessing they sought might yet come at a price far steeper than they could imagine. The temple trembled, the very stones reverberating with the energy of their struggle. Vesper raised her eyes to the heavens, the weight of their ancestors pulsing through her veins. The gods might have turned their backs, but in this moment, she felt their force, a raw, unyielding energy surging through her. A new beginning was brewing, but it would require more than just courage. As the last echo of steel rang out, silence fell like a thick fog, wrapping around them in an unsettling embrace. The air crackled with anticipation, and Vesper's heart raced. What would follow this battle? What did the gods have in store for them now? In that haunting stillness, she understood one immutable truth: this was only the beginning. The blessing of the gods was not a gift but a challenge, a test of their very essence. And as the shadows lengthened, the true confrontation loomed, a promise of something greater, or something devastating. All she could do was hold her brother's gaze, their spirits entwined in a bond forged anew, knowing they stood on the precipice of fate, ready to embrace whatever the cosmos had in store. The room was submerged in darkness, the kind that clings to skin, thick and suffocating, as if the very air conspired to stifle the sound of a heartbeat, her heartbeat. Clara lay on the makeshift bed, sheets twisted like the chaos of her mind, an orchestra of pain and anticipation conducting a symphony only she could hear. The walls echoed with the sound of her gasps, frantic and sharp, laced with a pleading urgency. Outside, the world continued on, unaware, unkind, the moon a mocking witness to her solitude. She could almost hear its laughter, cold and distant, as if it dared her to believe in miracles. "I can't do this," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, trembling on the cusp of surrender. And yet, every contraction was a reminder, a cruel twist of fate that brought her closer to that singular moment, that delicious agony. She could feel her husband, Julian, pacing like a caged animal, his silhouette flickering against the candlelight, a shadow of a man out of control, a man who'd once promised her the universe but now felt as unreachable as the stars. It had been a dream, a loving, fervent dream. But dreams had a knack for twisting into nightmares, and Clara was caught in the web of both. "Stay with me, Clara," he said, the tremor in his voice breaking like glass. Breathe. Just breathe. But how could she breathe? The weight of the world sat heavily on her chest, pressing down, smothering hope. Why was it that every time she reached for joy, it slipped through her fingers like grains of sand? They had wanted this, wanted a child, wanted life to sprout from them, wanted proof of their love to echo in the cries of a newborn. But now, amidst anguish, the pleasure felt like a distant memory, a cruel taunt of what could have been. I remember, she started, words tumbling out as if they were the only tether to reality. I remember when we first talked about this, the laughter, the dreams we shared under the open sky, the promise of forever. I remember when we danced in the rain, thinking we could take on the world, what fools we were. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing the memories to drown out the cries of despair that echoed within her. But there, in the dark, they twisted into something malignant, a reminder of who they had once been, who they now failed to be. Julian stopped, the rhythm of his pacing disrupted, and in that stillness, tension hung thick, a blade waiting to slice through fragile hope. "We can do this," he insisted, his voice a fragile anchor in the storm. "You're stronger than you know." Clara's laughter, sharp and bitter, cut through the air. Stronger? Or just more foolish? Look where our strength has brought us. With every ache, every pang, she felt the tether of their once unbreakable bond fraying, a thread pulled too tight, threatening to snap. She thought of the city beyond the walls, where life pulsed and thrived, oblivious to the tempest raging within her. Was it foolish to think they could ever weave their own joy when the universe seemed determined to unravel it? "Clara," he pleaded, stepping closer, the desperation in his eyes a mirror of her turmoil. "This is just the beginning. We're on the brink of something beautiful." Beautiful. The word felt foreign, a distant echo lost in the cacophony of her fears. Clara clenched her fists, summoning strength from the depths of her being. What if it's not beautiful? What if it's just pain? What if I'm not enough? The silence that followed was profound, a canyon of shared insecurities stretching between them, vast and unforgiving. "Then we face it together," Julian said, his hand reaching out, trembling as it hovered near her. "You are enough. You've always been enough for me." But Clara saw the uncertainty in his eyes, shadows flitting across his face, and she knew he was lying, if not to her, then to himself. They were two souls lost in a world of their own making, two hearts tethered to dreams that flickered like dying embers. Just then, as if the universe conspired to add salt to their wounds, the clock on the wall chimed, a rhythmic reminder of time slipping away, a countdown to an uncertain future. Each chime echoed in Clara's chest, a harbinger of what was to come. "Tick-tock, Clara," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The world waits for no one." And in the heart of that seemingly mundane moment, the storm inside her swelled, a tidal wave of emotion threatening to break free. She could taste the salt of tears on her lips, a bitter reminder of loss and longing. In sharp breaths, she reached for the light, a flicker of hope, a glimmer of what they had once believed they could create. "I want this, Julian," she gasped, her voice raw and unsteady. "But I'm terrified." "Fear can't have you," he said, urgency lacing his tone. "Not now. Not when we stand on the threshold of everything we've ever dreamed of." But the fear had already burrowed itself deep, intertwining with her very essence, and as another contraction ripped through her, she felt the walls closing in, shadows dancing at the edges of her vision. The dark whispered promises of failure, of emptiness, and Clara's heart trembled beneath the weight of it all. "I remember," she said, breathless, as her body tightened in a cruel embrace. "I remember when we thought we could beat the odds, conquer everything. But the odds, they don't play fair." Julian's hand enveloped hers, a lifeline amidst the storm. "We'll face the odds together, Clara. You're not alone. Just hold on, for one more moment." And as the darkness wrapped around her, she felt the flicker of a flame within, a spark fighting to ignite. In that moment, caught between pleasure and pain, hope and despair, Clara held on to his words, fragile yet fierce, as if they were the very essence of life itself. With each breath, time stretched, reality blurred, and the universe seemed to pulse in tandem with her heartbeat, a throbbing reminder that within the shadows lay the promise of something more. The boundary of their existence was crumbling, and in that breathtaking moment, she realized the power of creation, of love, of fear, of life itself. And just as the world outside continued its relentless march, Clara was ready to face the dawn, a dawn that held her child, the embodiment of their love, their fears, and their dreams, a testament to the beauty that could rise from the ashes of despair. The moment had come, and she could feel it shift, feel the universe align, as she surrendered to the tide of life surging within her. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second an echo in the silent room, punctuating the air thick with unspoken words. I watched her, Maya, my wife, standing there, the light from the window casting long shadows across her face. Her eyes, once a vibrant green, now sparkled with unshed tears, reflecting a tumult of emotions that threatened to spill over. "It's too late," she whispered, a chilling finality wrapped in a fragile voice that could shatter at any moment. I remember the first time I saw her. The bustling streets of New York, the autumn leaves swirling around us, and her laughter, a sound that pulled me in like a moth to a flame. Now, it felt like we were both trapped in a dark room, the walls closing in, painted with memories of love that had long since faded to grey. The air was electric, thick with the weight of our unmet expectations, our whispered fears. It felt as if we were on the precipice of something vast and terrifying, teetering over an abyss that promised to swallow us whole. "Do you even see me?" I shot back, the desperation clawing at my throat. It was raw and unrefined, a plea wrapped in anger. I was not the man she had fallen for, I had become a stranger in my own skin. The cracks in our marriage began to widen, each fight a chisel carving away at the stone of what we once were. "You're here, but you're not really here," I continued, the words tumbling out in a rush. And then there was Luke, my best friend, standing just outside the door, a silent witness to the unraveling. I could feel his presence, a ghost haunting the edges of my marriage. He had been my confidant, my rock, but now he was a reminder of everything I felt I was losing. I recalled the quiet moments we shared, the laughter echoing between us like a lifeline. But now, that laughter felt distant. Like it belonged to someone else, someone who wasn't drowning. Maya turned away, her shoulders trembling. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back, to remind her of the nights we spent talking until the dawn broke, the dreams we painted together under the stars. But every time I opened my mouth to speak, the words turned to ash. "You don't know what I'm feeling," she said, her voice cracking as if she were breaking apart. "You can't possibly understand." I remember the day we said "I do," surrounded by friends and family, the world a fabric of joy draped over our shoulders. The vows we exchanged echoed in my mind, promises etched in my heart. But somewhere along the way, we lost ourselves in the grind of life. The passion that once burned like wildfire had dwindled to embers, smoldering beneath a weight of responsibilities and unfulfilled dreams. "I'm trying," I pleaded, desperation lining my voice. The tension in the room twisted like a knife. "I don't want to give up on us." Each word felt like a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea between us, but how do you save a ship that's already capsizing? The shadows shifted, and I caught my own reflection in the window, hollow eyes staring back, a man frayed at the edges, burdened with guilt. I was drowning in my regrets, in the moments I could have held her closer, listened more deeply. "This isn't what I wanted," I whispered to no one. Maya turned, her eyes blazing with a mix of pain and defiance. "What did you want, Adam? A perfect fairy tale? Love doesn't work like that." The rawness of her words cut through the air, leaving a raw wound that ached with truth. I was lost in the labyrinth of our trials, every twist and turn leading me deeper into despair. Outside, the city pulsed with life, oblivious to our turmoil. Cars rushed by, people moved with purpose, and for a moment, I envied them. They were free of our tangled mess. "We were so young," I said, my voice a mere whisper as I traced the outline of her face with my eyes. "What happened to us?" Her expression softened for a fleeting moment, and I saw the girl I fell in love with, the one who danced in the rain and believed in forever. But that girl was buried beneath layers of hurt, disappointment, and the weight of expectations. A ghost of what we used to be, trapped in time. Then, the clock struck, the sound cutting through the fragile silence like a blade. Each chime resonated within me, a reminder of the seconds slipping away, time we couldn't reclaim. I could feel the walls closing in, the shadows growing darker. "What do we do now?" I asked, the question hanging in the air like a storm cloud, heavy and suffocating. "I don't know," she replied, tears finally spilling over, cascading down her cheeks. Her vulnerability dismantled the walls I had built around my heart. "I don't know if we can fix this." The words landed like lead in my stomach, a crushing weight that left me breathless. I could see the struggle within her, the battle between love and despair. It was a war fought on the battlefield of our hearts, and in that moment, I realized I wasn't the only one drowning. "Maybe we need to let go," I said, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue. "Maybe we need to stop trying to hold onto something that's already slipping through our fingers." The truth bore down on me, suffocating and cold. I had never wanted to lose her, yet the fight felt like an endless cycle of heartache. Maya's breath hitched, her eyes wide, and I could see the flicker of fear mirrored in her gaze. "Let go," she echoed, the word reverberating like a gunshot in the silence. Outside, the city continued to pulse, indifferent to our pain. As the minutes crawled by, every heartbeat felt like a countdown. A countdown to what? The collapse of our love? The birth of something new? I didn't know. The air thickened, wrapped around us like a noose, and the shadows stretched longer, whispering secrets I was too afraid to confront. I took a step closer, the world outside blurring into insignificance. Whatever happens, I want to be honest. I want to face it, face you. Because running away is no longer an option. But as the silence stretched, I realized we were at the edge of something monumental. The heart of the storm was upon us, and the winds were rising. The darkness loomed, and yet, there lingered a flicker of hope, a fragile thread weaving through the chaos, threading through our hearts. Time wound tighter around us, a noose crafted from the strands of our shared history. I held my breath, waiting for the moment when we would confront the truth, the moment when our fragile hearts would either shatter into pieces or find a way to beat again. The clock ticked on, and in that haunting stillness, I knew we were on the cusp of something transformative, even if it terrified us both. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a living thing, wrapping around the three of us in the dimly lit room. Shadows flickered on the walls, like spirits trapped in a dance of desperation. I could hardly hear my heartbeat over the suffocating silence that threatened to swallow us whole. A face loomed before me, Psyche. Her eyes, once vibrant pools of hope, were now darkened by doubt, swirling with the weight of choices made and paths unrevealed. She stood with trembling hands, the very embodiment of conflict, her breath shallow, quivering like a leaf on the brink of a storm. "I don't know what to do," she whispered, her voice a fragile wisp that barely pierced the air. The words hung, heavy and unresolved, as if they were a curse she couldn't quite shake off. Beside her, Eros clenched his jaw, frustration radiating from him like heat from a fire. He was a god, or at least he once thought he was, but now he felt more like a man, raw and vulnerable. "You have to choose, Psyche. It's either him or me." The words struck like a thunderclap, echoing through the stillness, igniting something primal within me. And then there was me, an observer caught in the tidal waves of their turmoil, my presence both a comfort and a burden. I remember how I once believed I could be the force of reason, the one to bridge the chasm between them. But this moment felt different, the tension electric and chaotic, threatening to unmake everything we had built. I felt the fear settle in my chest like a stone, pushing against my ribs, suffocating. Time seemed to stretch, elastic and cruel, as the shadows whispered secrets I could not decipher. I remembered the night we first met, under a sky splattered with stars, dreams spilling like a promise. But dreams had a way of twisting into nightmares, and now we stood on the precipice, teetering unbearably close to the edge. Psyche's eyes darted between us, wide and haunted. "It's not just about love, is it? It's about who I am, who I could be." There was a tremor in her voice, a soft crack that threatened to shatter. In that moment, I felt a pang of recognition, a reflection of my own struggle. How often had I watched life slip through my fingers? How often had I stood paralyzed by the weight of a choice that was never truly mine to make? The walls of the room closed in, suffocating. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a cruel reminder of our impending doom. Eros's face twisted with unspoken fears, a god reduced to a mere mortal, scared of losing what he had no control over. "You have to know," he said, his voice thick like syrup, "that whatever happens, I'll always..." But the words faded into the air, lost among the shadows that danced around us, mocking our unfulfilled promises. I watched as Psyche flinched, as if struck by the weight of his unfinished thought. It was a moment of raw vulnerability, tearing at the seams of our collective existence. "Love isn't enough," she said, her voice trembling. The finality of her words hung heavy, a shroud of despair that threatened to drown us all. "I don't want to be a pawn in a game that has no clear rules." But Eros, oh, how he burned with the intensity of a sun, blazing, desperate, afraid. "You're so much more than that. You're my heart, Psyche. Without you," his voice caught, and in that instant, I could see the flicker of the god he once was, flickering like a dying candle in the wind. I felt my heart ache for them, for the love that felt like a war zone, for the beauty woven with pain, for dreams that shone bright but were shadowed by fear. I wanted to reach out, to pull them back from the brink of destruction, but the weight of their choices felt like a chasm I could not bridge. And then it hit me, a realization as sharp as glass. "You both are afraid." My voice broke the silence, trembling but resolute. "Afraid of losing the love that defines you, afraid of becoming something neither of you can bear." The words reverberated between us, echoing in the stillness, weaving threads of truth that bound us together in this moment of crisis. Psyche's breath caught, her eyes widening as the truth washed over her like a tide. "But what if I choose wrong?" she whispered, the fear raw and palpable, a dagger plunged deep into her soul. "Life is not about the right choice. It's about the choice that makes you feel alive," I urged, my own heart pounding in resonance with hers. Each word felt like a lifeline, a desperate grasp at clarity amid the chaos. Eros stepped closer, his gaze locked on Psyche, fierce and unyielding. "If you leave, you take a piece of me with you. And if you stay, you'll never know what we could become. But you must choose, for yourself." The air grew thick with unspoken emotions, the intensity palpable, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. I could see the indecision etched on Psyche's face, a struggle between love and the fear of suffocation. The shadows coiled tighter, as if the very room was holding its breath, suspended in time. "Make the choice, Psyche," I repeated, my heart racing, echoing the urgency that clawed at me. "Choose what makes you feel alive." And in that moment, just as the weight of the world seemed to crush us whole, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes, a spark that could either burn us down or lead us toward the light. The shadows seemed to pause, the echoes of the past whispering promises of what was yet to come. As the tension crescendoed, I felt the fabric of our reality hang by a thread, our fates intertwined, spiraling toward an unknown climax. Would she choose the familiar pain of love or the haunting silence of freedom? And as the darkness loomed closer, we were left suspended in the weight of possibility, an eternal moment, fraught with the haunting beauty of choices made in the shadow of mortality, teetering on the edge of a precipice, awaiting the fall. The air crackled with unspoken tension, a weight so heavy it seemed to press down on the crowd like a storm about to break. I stood there, heart hammering, surrounded by flashes of cameras that exploded like fireworks against the night sky. They were here for her. Always her. And there I was, a shadow in the periphery of her light, desperate to be seen, yet terrified of the attention that came with beauty. I remember the way her smile sliced through the darkness, sharp and bright, but I also remember the way the world turned cold when they took her, like a thief snatching away warmth in a single heartbeat. Lila, draped in a gown that shimmered like 1,000 shattered dreams, stood at the center of it all, the epitome of grace and allure, yet her eyes flickered with something fractured. I could hear the whispers swirling around us, gossiping like hungry ghosts. "Did you see her last film? It's a masterpiece. I heard she's dating that director. What a power couple." Yet behind every compliment lay a dagger, each praised word sharp enough to draw blood. I could sense it, the way their eyes danced, hungry and predatory, as they circled her, waiting for the moment she slipped, waiting for the taste of her failure. "Don't let them eat you alive," I whispered, but the words were drowned out by the din. Lila barely heard me, lost in a sea of adoration, yet I felt the tremor in her fingers as she gripped the glimmering fabric, a silent plea for escape. It was intoxicating, this dance with fame, yet it was also a noose, tightening slowly around her neck. I could see the ghosts of despair in her laughter, the shadows of 1,000 expectations lurking beneath her skin. And then there was me, Amelia, the forgotten one, the friend whose beauty had faded like a summer's day. I held Lila's hand in mine, a tether to reality, but her light felt like a furnace, scorching me from within. I remember the way I once stood in front of the mirror, tracing the contours of my face, searching for the beauty that had slipped through my fingers like sand. Why am I not enough? I had whispered to my reflection, but the answer never came. Now, as the flashes illuminated Lila's face, I felt the familiar ache of inadequacy gnawing at my soul. I fought it off, focusing instead on her, on the way she twirled, her laughter a melody that ensnared the crowd, and yet, for all the light, darkness lurked just beneath the surface. Every time I caught a glimpse of her joy, a piece of me fractured. I remember the late-night conversations when we spoke of dreams, of the glimmering future we both sought, but the price of fame was a currency I could never afford. "Let's get out of here," I said, but my voice quivered, and she shook her head. "They're waiting for me." I felt like a ghost in her story, clinging to echoes of intimacy that were fast evaporating. The more she ascended, the more I fell into shadows. I wanted to scream, to tell her to run, to escape the chains forged by the very adoration that seemed to sustain her. But the red carpet was her altar, and she was the goddess being worshipped, ready for sacrifice. The cameras flashed, and I saw it, the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the way she forced her smile wider, as if the sheer force of her will could drown out the impending storm. "Lila, please," I urged, but she shushed me, the world spinning faster around us as if time itself was mocking our plight. A chill swept through the air, thick with foreboding. I could see a figure lurking at the edge of the crowd, a silhouette wreathed in shadows, taking notes, no, waiting for the moment to pounce. My heart raced. They were there to tear her apart, to pick at the threads of her existence until all that was left was a tattered memory. I felt the panic rise, the urgency clawing at my insides, but I was powerless. Her dream was a siren song, luring her further into the depths, and I was just a pebble on the shore. I remember how the clock ticked, each second a reminder that time was slipping away. I glanced at Lila, her smile now a mask, her laughter a hollow echo. I wanted to reach inside her, to pull out the beauty that made her shine but left her so vulnerable. But how could I save her from a world that worshipped her and sought her destruction all at once? And then, it happened. A scream shattered the night like glass, piercing through the glamour and glitz. It was a sound that silenced the world, a sound that drew all eyes. Lila turned sharply, her expression unraveling, the mask slipping just enough for me to catch a glimpse of the fear that lay beneath. She looked at me, and in that moment, everything shifted, the crowd surged like a wave crashing against rocks, and I felt her fear wrap around me like a vice. "Amelia," she cried, and the sound cracked through the air, raw and desperate. I wanted to reach out, but the swell of bodies pushed us apart, separating me from her light. The whispers turned to shouts, the admiration morphing into something sinister. I could feel the tide changing, the beauty of the moment turning grotesque, and I knew that this was the beginning of the end. I fought against the current, my heart pounding with every step. Was I too late? Did they already have her? My world shrank to a single point, Lila, my friend, my light, lost in the chaos, and I was drowning in the darkness of our shared dreams and the price of her fame. And as I pushed through the throng, I feared the price would be far too high. The very beauty that had once captivated me was now a shackle, and I was left standing on the precipice, watching her depart into the abyss, my hands reaching out as if I could pull her back from the edge. But the shadows loomed large, and the night was alive with the echoes of her screams. I could feel the cold breath of fame on my neck, the realization that in this world, beauty was a double-edged sword, one that could cut deeper than any knife. Everything was spiraling, every heartbeat a countdown. I remembered the way we had laughed about the absurdity of it all, about how fleeting fame could be, how it could turn friends into strangers, lovers into ghosts. But standing there, feeling the weight of her absence, I understood the trials of beauty, the relentless pressure, the fear of falling from grace, like standing on a cliff's edge, dizzy with the pull of the abyss. I could no longer see her, could no longer hear her laughter above the roar of the crowd. But I felt it, the world shifting, the tide changing. I was left alone, hanging in the silence, wondering if I could ever reach her again before the shadows swallowed her whole. The clock struck midnight, a haunting chime that echoed through the empty streets. Shadows danced under the flickering street lamps, but it was the silence, thick and suffocating, that pressed down on me, urging me to remember. I stood there, heart racing, at the precipice of something unfathomable. A whisper of impending chaos hung in the air, coiling around my throat like a noose. I could almost see it, the ghost of love, a spectre both cruel and tender, lurking just out of sight. I remember the first time I saw Sarah. She was holding a wilted flower, its petals drooping, much like my hopes for her. It was a day drenched in sunlight, but the warmth felt like poison to my skin. I watched her eyes, bright blue yet clouded with anticipation, as she traced the stem with her fingertips. In that moment, I realized love could be so fragile, yet so powerful, like a match igniting a firestorm. But here, now, in the shadows of a city that had forgotten how to dream, I was consumed by despair. I was Eros, stripped of my bow and arrow, rendered powerless in the face of my own heartache. The air crackled with tension as Julian emerged from the darkness, his silhouette sharp against the dim light. He was my best friend, my confidant, but also the embodiment of my deepest fears. I could see the conflict etched on his face, the way his lips trembled as he tried to find the words. "They're coming for her," he said, each word a dagger plunging into my chest. The urgency in his voice sent a shiver down my spine, a cold realization settling in, the world was closing in, and love was at the center of the storm. I remember the way time ceased to exist as we raced down the cobblestone streets, our footsteps echoing like the beating of war drums. The city around us morphed into a labyrinth, twisting and turning, a maze of longing and desperation. I felt the weight of our past, the laughter, the tears, the moments stolen under the moonlight, all merging into a singular purpose: save Sarah, save love. But what did that mean? My heart thudded in my chest, a wild animal desperate to break free. "I can't lose her, Julian," I spat, my voice raw, the words clawing their way out as if they were alive. "Not again." The fire within me ignited, a desperate flame fueled by memories of her laughter, the way she lit up the darkest corners of my soul. But every joy is tinged with sorrow. I could still hear her cries, feel the weight of her absence like a stone dragging me under. As we turned the corner, I caught sight of her, a flicker of light in the darkness, standing at the edge of a crumbling building, her silhouette framed by the moon's ghostly glow. Panic surged through me, twisting my insides like a vice. She turned to us, and in her eyes, I saw the abyss staring back. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. But there was something more, something lurking beneath her fear that pulled at my heart, a fragile thread of hope entwined with despair. But Julian stepped forward, arms raised in surrender. "We're here for you, Sarah," he said, his voice steady, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. "We won't let them take you." The tension crackled in the air, thick with unspoken words and hesitant truths, each breath heavy with the weight of possibility. Suddenly, the night erupted. Figures cloaked in shadow emerged from the depths, their intentions as dark as their attire. The air was electric, charged with the promise of chaos. I felt the world tilt, the ground shifting under my feet. Time slowed, each heartbeat an eternity as I grappled with the reality of our impending doom. I had to protect her, but what did that mean? I lunged forward, adrenaline coursing like fire through my veins. "Get back!" I yelled, my voice a roaring tide. Every inch of me screamed to fight, to reclaim the love I was losing. I remember the way the moonlight glinted off the edges of their knives, sharp and merciless. My body was a vessel of raw emotion, of fear and rage, pulsing with the desperate need to shield her from the tempest that threatened to consume us all. Julian fell beside me, his breath ragged, eyes wide with unfiltered fear. "Eros, we can't win this," he shouted, but there was something in his voice, a flicker of helplessness that mirrored my own. I was torn between the instinct to run and the weight of loyalty, two sides of a coin that spun endlessly in the air, waiting to land. I remember the moment our eyes met. In Sarah's gaze, I glimpsed our past and our future intertwined, a tapestry of love painted in shades of joy and sorrow, each thread a testament to our shared existence. It was there, in that fleeting heartbeat, I understood, love was more than just a feeling. It was a battleground, a sacred fight that demanded sacrifice. As the shadows closed in, I felt the pulse of the universe around us, a reminder that even in darkness, love could ignite the stars. I fought, not just for Sarah, but for every moment we had shared, for the laughter that echoed through the corridors of my mind. "Together!" I yelled, feeling the surge of unity. It was a fragile bond, but one that could withstand the fiercest storm. But just as the darkness threatened to swallow us whole, I caught a glimpse of something, an ember glowing in the depths of despair, flickering defiantly against the void. Would it be enough? Would love rise, once again, to defy the night? I could feel it, the tension in the air thick like fog, each heartbeat a countdown to the moment where everything would either shatter or take flight. And just like that, I held my breath, caught in the tumult of that moment, teetering on the edge of transformation, the very fabric of our lives hanging by a thread. The clock continued to tick, unyielding and relentless, as the darkness converged upon us. But within that tide, I felt a spark, a whisper of hope that promised to burn brightly in the shadows. We were not merely fighting for survival, we were fighting for love, and love, I realized, was worth every battle. The clock struck midnight, and the air trembled with an unholy silence, broken only by the distant howl of a wind that seemed to carry secrets from long-forgotten realms. Shadows curled like smoke around Eros, his heart beating furiously against the weight of his own recklessness. In the dim light of the flickering candles, Psyche stood across from him, her eyes pools of despair and defiance, both hauntingly beautiful and utterly broken. Their world, once vibrant with the thrill of love, now felt suffocatingly narrow, a corridor echoing with choices made in haste. "I remember the day you touched me," Eros whispered, voice barely a breath, yet heavy with the gravity of betrayal. "I remember how the universe shifted." But now, under the crushing weight of their shared pain, it felt as if the stars themselves had dimmed, their radiant glow extinguished by the darkness spiraling around them. Psyche's breath shuddered in her chest, a fragile thing. "And I remember the promises, Eros. The whispers of forever. Yet here we are, broken by the very thing we built." They were caught in a web of their own making, each thread a memory, a mistake, a haunting echo of dreams that had turned to nightmares. Eros shifted, the shadows playing tricks on his mind, teasing him with visions of a life that could have been, laughter ringing in sun-drenched fields, the soft brush of hands against skin, the warmth of a love that had once transcended the heavens. Now? It felt like a distant planet, drifting further away with every heartbeat. "I can't," Psyche's voice cracked. "I can't keep pretending that it's all okay. The gods watch us, Eros. They see our failures. They feed on our despair." In that moment, the air thickened, charged with an energy that pulsed like a living thing. Time itself seemed to hold its breath, as if poised to witness the unraveling of their fates. Eros stepped closer, drawn to her like a moth to a flame, his own heart ablaze with longing and regret. "What do you want from me? Do you want me to curse the gods, to rage against fate?" Psyche's laughter, sharp, brittle, cut through the air like glass shattering. "And what good would that do? You know how powerless we are. We are but pawns in their cruel game, Eros. Every move we make leads us deeper into their labyrinth. The walls of their sanctuary felt like they were closing in, every scent, every shadow a reminder of their entrapment." He could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, the echoes of lovers lost to time, their stories weaving through the fabric of the night. He reached for her, fingers brushing against her cheek, the warmth of her skin igniting a spark of hope. "But we are alive. We feel. Isn't that enough?" Psyche trembled under his gaze, the weight of her despair a physical presence between them. "But what is life when you're tethered to a fate you didn't choose? Love should lift us, but instead, it binds us like chains." Her voice wavered, and in that instant, Eros saw the depths of her anguish reflected in the stormy sea of her eyes. "Then let's break free," he urged, desperation clawing at his throat, and yet, a flicker of doubt gnawed at him. "Let's defy the gods. Let's rewrite our story." "Rewrite it," she echoed, bitterness lacing her words. "And become what? Shadows of our former selves? The past will always haunt us, Eros. The ghosts of our choices linger like specters in the twilight." With each heartbeat, the tension thickened, pulsing between them like a storm brewing on the horizon. Eros could feel the pull of destiny, a siren song echoing through the darkened hall, beckoning them toward a confrontation that lay ahead, either with each other or the very fabric of fate itself. "Tell me, Psyche," he pressed, pushing through her pain, "if you could change one moment, one choice, would you?" Her silence was deafening, a chasm opening between hope and despair. "I'd change everything," she finally confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "Every moment, every choice." "But that's just a dream, isn't it? We're trapped in time, tethered to our past." Eros felt the weight of her words like a stone sinking into his stomach. Time was a relentless tide, dragging them back to shores littered with the wreckage of their love. And yet, the spark ignited within him, fueled by a fierce desire for reclamation. "Then let's make new memories," he urged, his voice steadying. "Let's pull ourselves from this abyss." In that moment, the shadows danced ominously around them, like phantoms waiting to claim their souls. The clock ticked on, an enemy counting down to what felt like certain doom. Psyche's breath hitched, and for a heartbeat, he thought he saw a flicker of hope ignite within her stormy depths. "You think it's that simple?" "No," he breathed, urgency surging through him, "but nothing worth fighting forever is." He reached for her, their fingers intertwining, each pulse of contact a heartbeat shared, a desperate promise that maybe, just maybe, they could wrestle their fate back from the clutches of despair. The world around them faded, the shadows stretching longer, more menacing, as if the cosmos itself were holding its breath, waiting for their next move, waiting for the fire of their passion, their pain, their love to either consume them or burn bright enough to forge a new legacy from the ashes of their past. Yet as the first light of dawn began to creep through the cracks, illuminating the dark tapestry of their souls, Eros knew deep down that their story was far from over. And as fear and longing intertwined, he could only hope that love, the very thing that had brought them to this moment, could also save them from the haunted echoes of their choices, from the shadows of time that threatened to pull them under. And in the depths of that morning twilight, as they stood together on the precipice of everything they could be, the air shimmered with unspoken possibilities, each heartbeat a reminder that life, love, and destiny were still theirs to claim. The silence enveloped the crumbling walls of the old house, thick like fog, suffocating the air. A single candle flickered, casting long shadows that danced against the peeling wallpaper, and with it came a palpable tension, an unspoken promise of reckoning. Sarah stood in the center of the room, her breath hitching in her throat, eyes glazed with a storm of emotions. She could hear the faint echo of a clock ticking, each tick a reminder of the time slipping away, and with it, her dwindling options. "I can't do this anymore," she whispered, voice trembling, as if she were confessing to the universe itself. The wall seemed to absorb her words, holding them tight, like a secret too heavy to bear. Across the room, David leaned against the cracked mantelpiece, arms crossed tightly over his chest, as if sheltering a heart that was both his and hers. There was desperation in his gaze, a wild flicker of hope mixed with despair. "What, you think walking away will make it better? You think it'll just vanish?" Every syllable pierced the already fragile atmosphere, sending shards of tension spiraling through the air. She remembered their laughter, how it once filled this space, like sunlight filtering through clouds, warming everything it touched. But now, memories twisted into thorns that pricked her heart. "No, but staying is a different kind of hell," she replied, her voice stronger now, driven by the weight of years that had passed like ghosts through their lives. They had built a life together, layer upon layer, like a house of cards, precarious and beautiful. But each moment of joy had been tainted by the shadows creeping in, the unspoken fears, the bitter arguments, the overwhelming silence that swallowed them whole. Love, she had thought, was supposed to be a sanctuary. Instead, it felt like a prison. Do you remember the way we used to dream? David's voice cracked in the quiet, drawing her attention. I remember lying on the grass, staring up at the stars, imagining who we'd be, what we'd become. I remember, she said, a sob catching in her throat. But those dreams, they feel like they belong to someone else. The shadows stretched farther, creeping like vines around their hearts, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. She wanted to reach out, to touch him, to feel the warmth of his skin against hers, but the fear of what that touch meant held her rooted in place. It's not too late, he urged, desperation lacing his words. We can fight for it. Fight for us. But Sarah was already fighting. Fighting the ghosts of her past that whispered doubts in her ear. Fighting the weight of expectations, both their own and those of the world that had watched their love blossom like wildflowers in the sun. The truth was a jagged knife, carving itself into her heart. They had grown apart, drifting like leaves caught in a restless wind. What if we're just holding on to something that doesn't exist anymore, she asked, her breath hitching. What if we're just ghosts of who we used to be? In the silence that followed, the clock's ticking grew louder, reverberating against the walls, mocking their indecision. Time was no longer a friend, it was a thief, stealing moments they could never reclaim. David's shoulders sagged, the fight ebbing from him. You're right, he said, each word weighted with resignation. But I don't want to let go. I'm terrified of what's next. The vulnerability in his voice shattered her defenses. She remembered the nights they spent talking until dawn, their dreams intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree. She had been his anchor, and he had been her compass. But now, they were lost in a forest of their own making, each path uneven and tangled. I'm terrified too. The admission slipped from her lips, raw and jagged. But maybe it's time to choose ourselves. Tears flowed down her cheeks, unbidden, as if they had been waiting for the right moment to break free. Each drop felt like a confession, like the release of burdens they had carried too long. They had loved fiercely, but love had morphed into something unrecognizable, a bittersweet symphony that echoed through the halls, reminding them of every moment they had lost to silence. As they stood in that frail room, two souls caught in the gravity of their choices, the air felt electric with possibility. The candle flickered, casting fleeting light and shadow, illuminating the rawness of their fears and hopes. Maybe love isn't meant to be a comfortable place, David said softly, stepping forward, closing the distance between them. Maybe it's messy, chaotic, and sometimes, it hurts. Yes, she whispered, a fragile thread connecting their hearts, weaving through the pain and uncertainty. But it's also beautiful. Even in its brokenness. The moment hung suspended, thick with the weight of their shared history. They were two halves of a whole, fractured yet inseparable, standing on the precipice of a decision that could change everything. Can we learn to love again? David's voice was barely audible, laced with a hope that felt too fragile to speak aloud. I want to believe we can, Sarah replied, her heart racing, caught between fear and longing. The shadows around them seemed to pulse with life, whispering secrets that only they could hear. And in that breath, in that heartbeat, something shifted. Time paused, and for a fleeting moment, the world outside faded, the distant city lights, the howl of the wind, the unresolved echoes of their past. All that remained was the palpable connection between them, raw and electric. With trembling hands, she reached out, fingers brushing against his, and in that simple touch, the universe expanded. They were no longer just lost souls, they were two people choosing to step into the unknown together, to embrace the chaos of love in all its forms. As they stood on the brink of the abyss, hearts pounding like a drum, the candle flickered one last time, illuminating the path ahead. It was dark, uncertain, but alive with possibility, teetering at the edge of love's true nature. And so, the clock ticked on, relentless and unforgiving, as shadows danced and dreams waited in the wings, whispering of the lessons yet to be learned. The moon hung low, a jagged shard of silver slicing through the bruised sky. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the chill of dread creeping like vines around my spine. Beneath me, the cobblestones glistened, slick with midnight rain that dared to wash away sins. I could feel it, a heartbeat, a pulse, thrumming beneath the surface. It was the city, alive, breathing, and it whispered secrets that curdled in the pit of my stomach. "They're coming for you," a voice hissed, sharp as the blade that glinted in the darkness. I turned, and there he was, Dorian, his eyes wild, shadowed with a depth that mirrored the night itself. Always the reckless one, he stood like a storm, cloaked in urgency, a living contradiction of chaos and charm. "You have to run." But where? Each step echoed against the walls of my heart, bouncing back the weight of choices unmade, of promises broken. My fingers brushed against the pendant around my neck, the weight of it grounding me, binding me to this reality, this moment. The eternal bond. Mortality and divinity intertwined with every heartbeat. Run where? My voice trembled, the panic clawing its way up from my gut. Where does one go when the end is coming for them? I remembered my mother's voice, soft and soothing, telling me that fear was a liar. But here, in the shadows, fear was a truth too heavy to bear. "Run to the church," Dorian said, urgency slicing through the air. "Father Malachi knows things, he can help us." Help us! The words wove a fragile thread of hope in the tangled web of despair. But the church was a labyrinth of secrets, stained glass windows hiding more than light. Memories flooded back, sickeningly sweet scent of incense mingling with despair, the echoes of prayers that felt like drowning in whispers. What salvation could I find beneath those ancient stones? "I don't want to end up like them," I whispered, thinking of the ghosts of those who had wandered into the church seeking refuge but never returned. Dorian's hand clasped around my wrist, grounding me. "You won't. Not if we hurry." His grip was firm, yet there was a pulse of something softer beneath, a desperation that revealed itself too briefly. He was scared. We were both scared. And as we ran, the city turned monstrous, darkened corners loomed like hungry beasts, the moonlight revealing only what it wished. Shadows danced, flickering with whispers of betrayal, of longing, of choices that made us who we were and who we might never be again. My feet pounded against the cobblestones, breath burning in my lungs, but all I could hear was the thud of my heart, a drumbeat pulling me deeper into the abyss. "Do you remember when we were children?" Dorian's voice broke through my frantic thoughts, a nostalgic thread in our panic. "When we thought we could outrun the world." I remembered. I remembered the laughter that rang out against the backdrop of dreams, the eternal summer days that felt like they would stretch on forever. We were invincible then, or so we thought. Reality was a far-off land, a distant shore. Everything was simpler, I managed, my voice cracking. Back when we didn't know that life could turn to ash in a heartbeat. Exactly. His eyes met mine, an unspoken bond crackling between us, mortality and divinity intertwined like lovers in a cosmic dance. But we can change that. We can change our fate. The church loomed ahead, its stone facade like a sentinel against the encroaching darkness, yet it felt more like a prison than a sanctuary. I hesitated. The door creaked open, an invitation or a warning, I couldn't tell. The air within was thick with incense and shadows, each flickering candle casting wraith-like figures into the corners. "Father Malachi?" Dorian called, his voice strained. "We need you." The silence that followed felt like a noose tightening around my throat. Where was he? What if he had vanished too, another soul consumed by the insatiable hunger of this city? Anxiety clawed at my insides, twisting and turning as I fought against the rising tide of despair. And then, from the shadows, he emerged, Father Malachi, an ethereal figure draped in sorrow and wisdom. His eyes were ancient, pools of knowledge that held both light and darkness. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice a gravelly whisper. "They're watching, always watching." "Who?" I breathed, terror snaking its way through me. "The ones who walk between the worlds," he said, and I shivered. "The ones who hunger for the breath of the living." What did he mean? I could almost taste the fear. It hung thick in the air, a fog that pressed down upon us. I looked at Dorian, his face a mask of determination, but I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a reflection of my own. "Father, there must be something we can do," Dorian insisted, gripping the edge of the altar. "We can't just wait for them to take us." Hope is a dangerous thing in this world, Malachi warned, stepping closer, his presence wrapping around us like a shroud. But there is a way, a dark way. You must decide, do you wish to embrace the shadows, or will you fight against them until your last breath? Fight, I found my voice, raw and trembling. I want to fight. But even as I spoke, I felt the shadows swirl around us, the weight of mortality pressing in, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. I remembered. And in that moment, the line between mortality and divinity blurred. The night stretched on, and the world outside faded into nothingness, leaving us suspended in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. The air crackled with tension, love and fear intertwining like an unbreakable chain, binding us together as we faced the dark. Time slipped away like grains of sand, and I realized that the journey we were about to embark on was not just ours, but a reflection of every soul who had ever dared to hope against the crushing weight of despair. And as the darkness gathered, I felt the pulse of the universe, alive, vibrant, and terrifyingly beautiful. The eternal bond. Mortality and divinity. We were caught in its web, and there was no turning back. The clock ticks, relentless and unforgiving, its hand slicing through the air with every second. I stand in the darkened room, shadows creeping across the walls like whispers of forgotten promises. Outside, the world is a cacophony of life, laughter dances in the streets, but here, in this moment, I am alone. Alone with the weight of a decision that feels like the crushing of stone upon my chest. I remember the way she looked at me, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and despair, a fragile glass teetering on the edge of a precipice. "You don't understand," she said, her voice trembling like the leaves in a storm. There was a storm brewing, not just outside but within me, a tempest of regret and longing. How many times had I let her down? How many times had I chosen my fears over her unwavering faith? Across the room, Daniel stands, fists clenched, muscles taut with anger and confusion. He is a tempest, too, fiery, passionate, a flash of lightning in the night. "You think this is easy for me," he shouts, the words slicing through the tension like a knife through butter. "You think I want to give up on her? You think I want to watch you ruin what little hope she has left?" A deep breath catches in my throat. What do I say? What could I possibly say that would make it right? I remember our childhood, the laughter echoing through the halls of our shared memories, the promises we made, dreams sketched in the air between us like starlight. But promises are fragile things, easily shattered by the weight of reality. I can hear her laughter still, so vibrant, so alive. It's a melody that haunts me, a ghost of what was and what could have been. Elise, the sunbeam of our lives, the woman who deserved so much more than both of our stubborn hearts could give. I can see her now, sitting on the edge of the bed, staring into the abyss of her thoughts, the shadows clinging to her like a second skin. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, barely holding on. "I can't wait for you two to figure out your mess." And there it was, the truth laid bare, raw, and exposed. I remember the way she looked at me then, her eyes reflecting the cosmos, the vastness of unknown galaxies swirling in her irises. She was a universe, and I was just a single star lost in her orbit. "Listen to me, Elise," I implored, but my voice fell flat, swallowed by the silence that enveloped us. "We can fix this. We can find our way back." But how could we? The pieces were shattered, and every time we tried to fit them back together, they cut our fingers, leaving us bleeding and broken. Daniel's presence loomed large beside me, a wall I couldn't breach. "It's not just about us," he snapped, his voice a smoldering ember. "It's about her future. It's about what we leave behind." But what future could we promise when our past was riddled with mistakes? I remember the lies we told ourselves, the illusions we crafted like fragile glass. Love is a fickle master, and we had danced to its tune until the music stopped, leaving us in a haunting silence that echoed through our very souls. "Do you really think we'd be happy?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a prayer thrown into the void. "Do you think we can keep pretending?" Elise's gaze cut through the darkness. "No more pretending. I can't do it anymore." Her words hung in the air, thick and heavy, like the smoke from a dying fire. And in that moment, I felt the world shift, a tectonic rift beneath us. Memories flooded my mind, mundane moments turned monumental, the way the sunlight danced through her hair, how she always remembered my favorite coffee order, the laughter that filled the room whenever she entered. I felt a deep ache, a yearning that clawed at my insides. You know, Daniel's voice broke through my thoughts. This isn't just about us. This is about the future we're shaping. The legacy we're leaving. Legacy. The word hung in the air, bitter and sweet. What kind of legacy were we building? One of love or heartbreak? One of dreams or nightmares? I could feel the weight of generations pressing down on us, like the weight of history itself, watching, waiting for us to make a choice. Time is a thief, stealing moments before we even realize they're gone. I remember the laughter, the warmth, the night spent dreaming under the stars. But now, it felt like a distant memory, a flicker of light in an ever-encroaching darkness. Elise stood, her silhouette framed by the window, a beacon of hope amidst despair. "I don't want to be a ghost in our own story," she murmured, her voice trembling. "I want to live. I want to be free." And there it was, the spark of defiance in her eyes, the fire that ignited something deep within me. I felt it swell, a tide of emotions crashing against my heart. What if we can't live without each other? I asked, desperation clawing at my throat. Daniel stepped forward, his expression softening, just for a moment. What if we can love her enough to let her go? The thought hung in the air, raw and terrifying. Letting go. It felt as impossible as reaching for the stars, yet there was an undeniable truth in it. Love can be an anchor, but sometimes it's also a weight that drags us down, drowning us in our own fears. I looked at Elise, really looked at her, and I saw not just the woman I loved but the woman who could be free. "You deserve to be happy," I whispered, the words trembling on my lips, imbued with a weight that felt almost sacrilegious. Her eyes glistened, reflecting 1,000 unspoken words, 1,000 dreams that could now be freed. "I don't want to be a burden. I want to be a choice." And in that moment, as the clock ticked on, echoing the heartbeats of our entwined lives, I realized that love was never meant to trap us. It was meant to elevate us, to push us into the unknown. "Then let's choose," I said, the words igniting a fire within the room. "Let's choose to love fiercely, even if it means letting go." The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the world shifting once more, the weight of our decision hanging like the stars above, a promise to the future, a testament to the love that could endure, even through heartbreak. And as we stood on the precipice of change, I could almost hear the echoes of generations past, urging us forward, whispering tales of love that transcended time. The story was not ending, it was merely unfolding, wrapping us in its eternal embrace, pulling us into the unknown, into the love that would shape not just our lives, but those yet to come.